Chapter 1460 The Gathering do not unlock yet. 2 days later, Flyish, a pentagon-shaped spacecraft with the Tark's emblem, drifted across space with incredible speed. The twinkling, icy glows in the distance gave this part of space a surreal beauty. It was the only source of illumination around here as dark matter spread, as far as the eyes could see. A few space rocks were scattered about the place, but the spacecraft streaked forward undisturbed. The spacecraft cut a blazing white line through this part of space, obliterating the rocks in its path without even making physical contact. Within the spacecraft, the passengers remained strapped as it vibrated constantly, emitting a blinking yellow light in the control room. Okay, so where exactly are we going now? Rhea realized he never asked this until now. Well, did we tell you about the time we visited Zelio's tower? Endrick questioned from the side. You too visited Zelio's tower? Eldris was in disbelief, while Rhea was completely clueless. That's how we got information about how to get to the other side, Endrick answered with a spooky tone. I thought that place was just a legend. To think it truly exists. Eldris had a look of immense contemplation. What is this Zelio's tower? Rhea questioned. It's a place that can get you the answers to any question, but usually the price is hefty. Most times impossible to pay, Endrick explained with a solemn tone. Isn't it just cash? Rhea voiced with a clueless look. No, Eldris and Endrick stated at the same time. Chill. Rhea moved his neck backwards in startlement. Eldris turned to face Endrick once more. So they told you how to get Falco and Angie back? They told us where to head and what to do after we get there to gain access in order to bring them back, and that is where we are headed now. Endrick answered once more. Does that mean we will finally get to pay back those monsters for ruining Aesop and destroying planet Ozius? Rhea questioned with a tone of anticipation. No, Endrick shook his head. Why? This is our chance for a payback, Rhea voiced with an incomprehensible expression. You don't know, do you? Endrick turned his seat around to face them. Know what? The reason Gustav doesn't want any of you two there is because the other side is a lot different from our plane, which means the strength of creatures from there wouldn't be dampened. They will be able to use their full power, Endrick explained with a tone of seriousness. Rhea's eyes widened in realization. That wasn't their full power. Not even close, Endrick answered. Rhea recalled the death angels corroding everything in existence with just their presence, being unkillable and incredibly powerful. It was like an explosion at the back of his mind as he realized that they would be way more powerful on that plane. Not to mention that our strengths would have been dampened. Endrick revelation caused Rhea to gulp down saliva. Thankfully, Big Brother knows how to counter that, he added. So we're not going there to fight. Not at all. We're only going to get our friends back. If we have any luck, we won't need to face any creature from there, Endrick pointed out. How are we going to do that? Rhea didn't see how it was possible to not encounter any being from there, because the access point will be taking us directly to the people we're searching for. It's possible we could encounter beings from that plane, but if we act quick, it's also possible that we won't. Within the vicissitudinous of space, a platform shaped like a syringe floated in place, giving off an imposing aura. From afar, it seemed very tiny, almost like it could be overlooked and missed. However, the moment one drew closer, the size underwent an unbelievable change, becoming incredibly massive and eye-catching. Lines of white light surrounding it on all corners as it radiated in such an indescribable manner. Spacecrafts flew into the perimeter and vanished upon getting bathed with the white lines of light it emitted. Within the heart of this structure was a sort of assembly point. The interior looked so masterfully erected that one would think had entered a higher dimension. The surroundings were bathed in inklings of starlights, and the assembly point was structured in a circular format, with smooth surfaces forming a sort of spiral. They were like stacks upon one another that got smaller the higher one went. Pulpit-like stations were protruding from every circular stack, from the bottom down to the top, which was centered in the very middle. Thousands of these pulpits also represented thousands of extraterrestrial species who stood before them to represent their various planets. Planet Fixic, Planet Diaperonian, Planet Draconet, Planet Osius, Planet Hixto, Planet Diav, Planet Tronvita, Planet Oxlurk, Planet Tribetez, Planet Gundabalt, Planet Zillion, Planet Claxosape, Planet Taurin, Planet Cyrus, Planet Osiris, Planet Orion, Planet Astambid, Planet VA, Planet Roidenstack, Planet V#B, Planet Kivendale, Planet T429, and so many other that participated in ISOP were all represented here by various extraterrestrial parties. Every being here oozed with indescribable power that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks. At the top of the circular structured stacks, 9 out of 10 pulpits were occupied, leaving the last one empty. The beings at the very top got to look down on the others that were spread across the ethereal-looking vicinity. We don't want him killed. It is best that the bounty on him remains the same as before. Wanted alive, General Chell addressed the Alliance from the top of the stack. A few mummers could heard from the surroundings, but they couldn't refute. This was Earth's decision, and they had all decided to honor it. They continued on with the meeting after a few moments. Ikurla Arii, Kun Coke, Dvi was it. One of the beings at the very top of circular stacks spoke in a language that no human would be able to understand. Fortunately, every being present within the structure had their translation devices equipped. So despite the difference in languages between extraterrestrial species, they could hear one another. The universal fugitive was last spotted in the Zelios Tower. He was lost before the Alliance could get to him. The extraterrestrial being who happened to be amongst the council of the Alliance leader voiced with a loud tone, "We need as much information as we can get so as to understand his motives and movement in order to capture him. Our forces are spread too thin. You lots have to volunteer warriors from your planets to join the Alliance Corps." The extraterrestrial being who represented planet Draconet chimed loudly. A glowing light appeared above that read Osius. Everyone peered in the direction of the planet Osius representative, who happened to be Vilak's father. It was quite the fall from grace for them, because usually they'd be at the highest circular stack with the others. Planet Osius? One of the Alliance leaders voiced. The pulpit before Handler 3 emitted a white glow which gave him the go-ahead to speak. "The information on the universal fugitive is not up to date," he announced with a tone of certainty. "What do you mean, not up to date?" "General," Chell questioned with a look of concern. The other Alliance leaders were just as curious after hearing that. The last time Gustav Crimson was spotted, actually not spotted, Handler 3 paused for a bit. Gustav Crimson didn't leave the Zelios Tower alone. He left with a group that included my son. Mummers, Handler 3 went on to narrate the turn of events dating back from when the Oxus group went with Gustav in search of Sealing to when they found him and all they had to do to save their lost people. He didn't leave out the part of Gustav being the major key to victory and how they saved many other species with his help. A lot of the planetary representatives, especially the Alliance leaders, were getting restless as they listened to this narration. This was mostly due to the fact that Gustav had just accomplished something that had taken them centuries of failures. C-Filing, who was practically impossible to locate, was found and dealt with by a child who was only a bit older than 20 years of age. Know only that he saved the lives of many others in the process, making the whole saga about him being a planet destroyer seem ridiculous. He was supposed to be evil, but this was putting a dent on his evil reputation, and it didn't help their objective to have him captured. "C-Filing is dead?" Another Alliance leader blurted out in disbelief. "Yes, he is gone forever, and we have Gustav Crimson to thank for that. He saved the life of billions. Not to mention recovering my people," Handler 3 answered. "But he is responsible for the destruction of your planet in the first place. This must be his way of trying to make up for it." "He is still guilty," another Alliance leader voiced. What if he isn't? Handler 3 didn't know when he blurted this out. Chapter 1461, Universal Contradictions, do not unlock. Yet, what if he isn't? Handler 3 didn't know when he suddenly blurted this out. Mummers, 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 you would show compassion for the culprit responsible for the destruction of your planet? One of the Alliance leaders voiced with a detestable tone. Not even we think he is innocent. General Chell further fueled this notion. I am just saying, it doesn't seem like what an evil planet destroyer would spend his time doing, especially when he stated having more important matters to get to, Handler 3 voiced in response. More important matters? General Chell questioned in suspicion. You know something, don't you, Handler 3? The Alliance leader representing the Draconites raised 4 of his limbs while speaking. Is there hope for we the Ozis to reclaim our seat as one of the Alliance leaders? Handler 3 threw a question back. They understood what he was driving at upon mentioning that. It turned out that he wanted to strike a bargain for the information he had on Gustav. Yes, there is hope, General Chell stated. When one Alliance leader spoke, he spoke for all, so the others did not refute his answer. I am sorry, Vilax, but I will always choose our people over outsiders, Handler 3 apologized internally, feeling remorseful for a few seconds. Good. Handler 3 began speaking once more. Gustav Crimson is trying to recover 2 of his friends that got lost during the destruction of our planet, which is why he headed for Zelio's tower in the first place. His next destination after that was back to his home planet, Earth. General Chell's eyes widened slightly in confoundment upon hearing this. Are you sure about this? News flashed in his head of everything that happened on Earth in the last 3 weeks. I am most certain, although it is very much possible that he has gotten what he came for and left already, but his main objective was most likely to get something that could only be found on Earth. Handler 3's revelation caused a brief general silence. I see, General Chell mumbled after a while. Handler 3, who else have you informed about the sea-filing incident? One of the Alliance leaders questioned. Only my people are aware, Handler 3 answered immediately. Let's keep things that way. And to the rest of you, the story of the sea-filing incident must never leave the confines of this space. General Chell stated with an authoritative tone. In the uncharted vastness of space, beyond the reaches of known galaxies, a monumental spacecraft shaped like a pentagon sailed forward, reflecting the sparse light of distant stars. It bore the emblem of a mythical creature with serpentine coils and ferocious eyes. This Tark emblem would do away to keep any spacecraft with nefarious intent, but it was a different case when they met with natural space anomalies. They were currently journeying across a perilous expanse, a stretch of space notorious for its unpredictable gravitational anomalies, fields of cosmic debris, and sudden, violent energy storms. This region was a graveyard for many and unwary travelers. Debris from desolate spacecraft dying away in different corners was a normal sight around here. Suddenly, the ship shuddered as it encounters an unexpected gravitational wave, sending it veering off course. Hold on tight. Gustav yelled within the spacecraft as he manually navigated them through a dense anti-gravitational energy field. The silhouette of the spacecraft glided gracefully, its pentagonal form allowing for maneuverability that belied its size. The ship weaved through the torrents of energy, slicing forth. They barely slipped through the spaces between some, causing the spacecraft to tremble immensely at certain times. As they veered further forward, a massive energy storm, its swirling colors a mesmerizing display of nature's power and fury, appeared in their line of sight. Gustav powers up the thruster, ready to jump the ship through this abysmally immense energy storm that seemed unavoidable. The spacecraft pulsated with energy as lightning-like discharges strike the shields, illuminating the spacecraft in a spectral dance of light and shadows. As the ship rumbled and drew closer, Gustav suddenly pushed the jump control panel. Threa, the spacecraft turned into a streak of light that shot through the storm of energy, penetrating its center on a subatomic level. Emerging from the storm, the spacecraft appears in a part of space that seemed rather stable compared to earlier. Phew! Rhea let out a sigh of relief upon noticing the stability. We are not completely out of the blue yet, Gustav announced. What? We've been at this for nearly 4 days now. Rhea was in utter disbelief. That's why it's called Dead Man Zone. No spacecraft manages to maneuver past this part of space successfully, Gustav responded. And why exactly did we pass here again? Rhea questioned. It's the fastest way to where we're headed, Eldris answered from the side. I think I prefer the long way, so long as we don't get turned to mush, Rhea stated with a look of disapproval. Yeah, only that it would take us at least 4 months of journeying through space, Endrick pointed out from up ahead. I take it back, Rhea voiced with droppy eyes. Don't worry, in another day or 2 we'll be out of it. Afterwards, we just need to travel for another 5 days before getting to our destination, Gustav said with a tone of assurance. We'll cut back on over 3 months of time, Endrick added. If we don't die first, Rhea sighed. Ha ha ha, the group burst into laughter. You'll be seeing why it is called the Dead Man Zone soon, but no worries, we'll scale through, Gustav voiced amidst chuckles. They continued on for another day without having any mishaps. This journey through space gave them a feeling of nostalgia, taking them back to when this was done together as a group. It was quite disheartening that more than half of the group couldn't join them on this endeavor, but after getting the details, it made sense to Eldris why Gustav wouldn't want anyone joining. So this place, you say it connects across galaxies because it is located at a focal point in outer space that makes it everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Eldris questioned with a tone of bafflement. That is what the mundane one told us, Endrick answered. I am not sure I get it. Rhea shook his head, and for once Eldris was on the same page with him. Some things in the universe are never going to make sense. But basically what the mundane one means is we are journeying to the center of the universe. How do they know that it is the center of the universe? Beats me too, Gustav proceeded to give a brief explanation. The planet that exists in that location is desolate and on the brink of utter desiccation. It exists in such a manner that it touches all planes of reality and connects to every reach of the universe. Due to that, it is everywhere and nowhere at the same time, he added. And that is the reason we can use it to get to Angie and Falco, Rhea voiced in realization. Pretty much. I see. Eldris still had a contemplative look on his face as they kept journeying. You do know that this action may bring you face to face with him, right? The system questioned in Gustav's mind. I knew that from the moment I decided to embark on this journey. Gustav answered internally. You're not powerful enough to face him, you know? He could snuff you out of existence with just a single breath, the system cautioned. Oh, so now we can talk about him? Didn't you say that could cause consequences? Gustav scoffed internally. We're closer to the due periods of your quests, so yes, we can talk about him to an extent now without causing problems, the system answered. Whatever. I don't intend to face him yet anyways. Well, just grab Angie and Falco and get out of there before they realize it, Gustav voiced internally. Overconfident much? I'd rather be that than underconfident. That is not a word. Shut up. Gustav pushed a button and the spacecraft sped up, attracting the attention of the two behind. What's up again? Rhea voiced while peering straight ahead. We're about to face another energy storm, Gustav announced. Just when I thought we were past this. Rhea glued his bum to the seat tightly at this moment. Nah, this is going to be the worst one, Gustav chuckled briefly. You are about to find out why it is called the Dead Man Zone. Rhea's eyes widened as he spotted the sea of violent energy swimming across space with incredible destructiveness. Unlike the previous ones they had encountered, this one covered their entire line of sight, looming over them like it was about to swallow everything up. It was like an enormous net, with each string the size of a planet that would obliterate anything upon contact. Furthermore, just like nets, there were little spaces in between. However, were these spaces large enough for their spacecraft to fit? Chapter 1460 2A Tree? Do not unlock, yet the endearing term beauty is dangerous had never been more true until now. Despite how marvelous the sight was, anyone and anything would be obliterated in an instant should they come this close. The journey through the violent net of energy lasted for almost an entire day. By the time they successfully navigated through, Gustav had expended a lot of energy. Fortunately, they were now in the clear, so it was all worth it. "We're out of the dead man zone," Gustav let out a heavy breath after announcing. That was both enlightening and terrifying at the same time, Ria stated with a mesmerized tone. "I agree. Truly never felt anything like that in my life. All those colors." Eldris voiced with a look of interest. He wished he could have absorbed them, but he knew it would mess with their navigation, so he couldn't risk it. "At least it's going to be smooth sailing from henceforth," Endrick stated from up ahead. "I'm not so sure about that," Gustav suddenly voiced with an ominous tone. "Huh. What is that? Is that a—" "Yes, it's a person." Gustav confirmed their suspicions on what laid out ahead. Hundreds of kilometers before their spacecraft was a figure floating in outer space without so much as a space gear or anything to help them breathe. They just floated in place with a glowing crimson hair that looked like the branches of a tree. This person commanded their attention due to these multiple traits, but Gustav wasn't interested in knowing who they might be. He pushed the throttle forward after the spacecraft engines cooled off a bit, causing them to sail in a straight line with immense speed. Common sense told them that a being floating and breathing in space with a glowing hair wasn't a weak person. It was better to leave now than to be sorry later. In just an instant, they had crossed light years of distance, leaving the unknown far being behind. Or so they thought. Din, 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 hostile force in pursuit, squinting eyes face, activating energy shield, alarms suddenly began blurring within the spacecraft as a silver-colored energy shield appeared around it. "What the hell?" Ria yelled in bafflement. "It's that person." Endrick stared at the holographic projection that displayed the rear position of their spacecraft. Not too distant behind them was a crimson blur, streaking across space with unparalleled speed. Upon closer look, this crimson blur happened to be the same person they had spotted after getting out of the dead man zone. Endrick and Ria couldn't believe their eyes as they saw how quick the humanoid-shaped being was flying. They were moving faster than the speed of light, and yet it was starting to catch up with them. Whoever it was, they were definitely no ordinary being. Gustav couldn't chase a spacecraft and catch it up at his current level of strength, so this person was no doubt more powerful, since only Miss Amy could successfully pull something like this off. "Buckle up!" Gustav yelled while tapping on multiple buttons at a time. He was preparing to activate hyperjump since it was becoming difficult to outsize the being currently in pursuit. "What if it's friendly?" Ria questioned from behind. "Maybe I can kick you out so you two can have a friendly chat then." "Far from the rest of us," Gustav retorted with a tone of seriousness. "Ria, I don't know what he wants, but I certainly don't want to stick around to find out," Eldris stated. "Me neither," Gustav added. "Jump now." Endrick suddenly yelled. Gustav didn't need to be told twice before he pushed the hyperjump button. Their spacecraft suddenly pivoted forward, like a needle, cutting through the fabric of space. They vanished in the next moment and reappeared in another part of space, completely void of the presence of the crimson being. "That's a day-worth journey," Gustav announced that they had put a lot of distance between themselves and the hostel. "So we can get to our destination in 4 days, then?" Ria questioned. "That is right. I was hoping we wouldn't have to use hyperjump, but it couldn't be helped this time," Gustav mumbled with a cautious look. "I wonder who that person is, and what their objective could be." Eldris bore an expression of contemplation as he spoke. "SJ," Gustav called out. Zing, SJ appeared in the middle of the spacecraft, gleaming intensely. A red robe materialized into existence and covered its surface to dim the immense brightness. Did you get a clear view? Gustav questioned. SJ proceeded to create a holographic screen for everyone to see. On this screen was a clear image of the being they had just encountered a while back. Its full structure was on display for them to see. It's one of the faceless. I should have known. Gustav nearly face-bombed. The faceless. Eldris and Rhea voiced in obliviously. One of 3 beings who are the last of their kind in the entire universe, Endrick briefly explained. Are they, very strong? Rhea questioned. Obviously, all 3 of them have apparently been in existence for millennium, and since they are rare, they have tried siring more of their species for a long time to no avail, Endrick added. So what would they want with us? Rhea asked. More like, what would they want with him? Eldris turned to Gustav's direction. Huh. Rhea was still confused. The thing is, one of them is very obsessed with bearing more of their species that they would take any job so long as the reward gave information on the subject of interest. They could be killers, saviors, fighters, protectors. And Drick paused at this point. Or even bounty hunters, Eldris chipped in. Yes, or even bounty hunters, so long as whatever the reward is has information regarding what they require to create new offsprings. It makes it very rare for them to accept any job, not because millions of people across the galaxy aren't trying to acquire their assistance on personal matters, but because meeting their requirements is borderline impossible, and Drick kept explaining. Which means someone must have met their requirements this time, most likely someone from the Alliance. Eldris bore a look of understanding at this point. But how did they find us? It was almost like that faceless one knew we were coming. It was waiting for us. Eldris wasn't the only one interested in the answer to this question. Rhea was just as curious. You see, the abilities of a faceless one is, how do I put it? Endrick paused while holding his chin. Unpredictable, Gustav stated. Yes, unpredictable, Endrick nodded. How so? Eldris asked. Endrick stood to his feet and pointed at the holographic projection that displayed the faceless one image. Notice the branch-like hair? Just like nets, there were little spaces in between. But were these spaces large enough for their spacecraft to fit? How is the spacecraft going to get through that? Rhea yelled in terror. It was very obvious that the little spaces were not wide enough for them to pass through without getting obliterated. To make matters worse, the throngs of violent torrents were moving and swimming almost like they were alive. That's the trick. It can't, Gustav answered Rhea. Then how are we going to survive? Rhea didn't know what Gustav playing at here, but he internally decided to curse Gustav if he said they want. We will. Gustav drove head-on for it, unwavering in the slightest. Unlike Rhea, Eldris wasn't bothered because he had full trust in Gustav. However, he was just as intrigued as Rhea was about Gustav's plans. Can't we just hyper-jump through it? Eldris inquired. It won't work. The energy torrent are like strings. No matter how strong the hyperjump is, the moment it goes through, the violent energy will keep pulling it back to its center until it runs out of juice. Once that happens and the spacecraft rematerializes, we will be toast, Gustav explained. Oh, Eldris nodded in apprehension. Endrick, take command. Gustav suddenly got up and moved towards the back. Eldris' seat moved to the middle of the control panel, and he began to steer forward. At this moment, they had directly arrived before the net of energy, and just as it seemed like they were about to collide with it. Atomic manipulation has been activated. Zien, Gustav's whole figure, emitted a milky glow that spread across the entirety of the spacecraft. Thwurich, the spacecraft flickered multiple times before dematerializing atom by atom. The spacecraft became C, through along with everyone within as they phased through the net of thronging, destructive energy. The strings were passing through them like they were in astral form as they cruised through. Endrick navigated the spacecraft to increase in speed, while Gustav made sure to concentrate on keeping things this way. They still had a long way to go within this world of destructiveness, but couldn't deny that it looked quite amazing. The spark of colors and ripples of cosmic energy that merged into one another created a mesmerizing display for them to feast their eyes on. Chapter 1463, Hostility. Just like nets, there were little spaces in between. But were these spaces large enough for their spacecraft to fit? How is the spacecraft going to get through that? Rhea yelled in terror. It was very obvious that the little spaces were not wide enough for them to pass through without getting obliterated. To make matters worse, the throngs of violent torrents were moving and swimming, almost like they were alive. That's the trick, it can't, Gustav answered Rhea. Then how are we going to survive? Rhea didn't know what Gustav playing at, but he internally decided to curse Gustav if he said, "We want." "We will." Gustav drove head-on for it, unwavering in the slightest. Unlike Rhea, Eldris wasn't bothered because he had full trust in Gustav. However, he was just as intrigued as Rhea was about Gustav's plans. "Can't we just hyper-jump through it?" Eldris inquired. "It won't work. The energy torrent is like strings. No matter how strong the hyperjump is, the moment it goes through, the violent energy will keep pulling it back to its center until it runs out of juice. Once that happens and the spacecraft rematerializes, we will be toast," Gustav explained. "Oh," Eldris nodded in apprehension. "Endrik, take command." Gustav suddenly got up and moved towards the back. Endrik's seat moved to the middle of the control panel, and he began to steer forward. At that moment, they directly arrived before the net of energy, and just as it seemed like they were about to collide with it, atomic manipulation has been activated. Gustav's whole figure emitted a milky glow that spread across the entirety of the spacecraft. Thwurich, the spacecraft flickered multiple times before dematerializing atom by atom. The spacecraft became see-through along with everyone within as they phased through the net of thronging, destructive energy. The strings were passing through them like they were in astral form as they cruised through. Endrik navigated the spacecraft to increase in speed, while Gustav made sure to concentrate on keeping things the way they were. They still had a long way to go in this world of destructiveness, but couldn't deny that it looked quite amazing. The spark of colors and ripples of cosmic energy that merged into one another created a mesmerizing display for them to feast their eyes on. The endearing term "beauty is dangerous" had never been more true until that moment. Despite how marvelous the sight was, anyone and anything would be obliterated in an instant if they went close enough. The journey through the violent net of energy lasted for almost an entire day. By the time they successfully navigated through, Gustav had expended a lot of energy. Fortunately, they were now in the clear, so it was all worth it. "We're out of the dead man zone." Gustav let out a heavy breath after announcing. That was both enlightening and terrifying at the same time. Rhea stated, slightly mesmerized. "I agree. Truly never felt anything like that in all my life. All those colors." Eldris voiced with a look of interest. He wished he could have absorbed them, but he knew it would mess with their navigation, so he couldn't risk it. "At least, it's going to be smooth sailing henceforth," Endrik stated from up ahead. "I'm not so sure about that," Gustav suddenly voiced with an ominous tone. "Huh. What is that?" "Is that a—" "Yes, it's a person." Gustav confirmed their suspicions on what lay in front of them. Hundreds of kilometers before their spacecraft was a figure floating in outer space without so much as a space gear or anything to help them breathe. They just floated in place with glowing crimson hair that looked like the branches of a tree. The person commanded their attention because of the multiple traits, but Gustav wasn't interested in knowing who they might be. He pushed the throttle forward after the spacecraft engines cooled a bit, causing them to sail in a straight line with immense speed. Common sense told them that a being floating and breathing in space with glowing hair wasn't a weak person. It was better to leave immediately than to be sorry later. In just an instant they had crossed light years of distance, leaving the unknown far behind. Or so they thought. Din, 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 hostile force in pursuit, squinting eyes face. Activating energy shield, alarms suddenly began blurring within the spacecraft as a silver-colored energy shield appeared around it. What the hell? Rhea yelled in shock. It's that person. Endrick stared at the holographic projection that displayed the rear position of their spacecraft. Not too distant behind them was a crimson blur streaking across space with unparalleled speed. Upon closer look, the crimson blur turned out to be the same person they had spotted after getting out of the Dead Man Zone. Endrick and Rhea couldn't believe their eyes as they saw how quickly the humanoid-shaped being was flying. They were moving faster than the speed of light, and yet it was starting to catch up with them. Whoever it was, they were definitely no ordinary being. Gustav couldn't chase a spacecraft and catch up to it at his current level of strength, so the person was no doubt more powerful. Only Miss Amy could successfully pull something like that off. Buckle up. Gustav yelled while tapping on multiple buttons at a time. He was preparing to activate hyperjump since it was becoming difficult to outrun the being currently in pursuit. What if the person is friendly? Rhea questioned from behind. Maybe I can kick you out, so you two can have a friendly chat then. Far from the rest of us, Gustav retorted with all seriousness. Silence. I don't know what he wants, but I certainly don't want to stick around to find out, Ildris stated. Me neither, Gustav added. Jump now. Endrick suddenly yelled. Gustav didn't need to be told twice before he pushed the hyperjump button. Their spacecraft suddenly pivoted forward, like a needle cutting through the fabric of space. They vanished in the next moment and reappeared in another part of space, completely void of the presence of the crimson being. That's a day-worth journey, Gustav announced that they had put a lot of distance between themselves and the hostel. So we can get to our destination in 4 days then. Rhea questioned. That is right. I was hoping we wouldn't have to use hyperjump, but it couldn't be helped this time, Gustav mumbled. I wonder who that person is, and what their objective could be. Ildris bore an expression of contemplation as he spoke. SJ, Gustav called out. Zing, SJ appeared in the middle of the spacecraft, gleaming intensely. A red robe materialized into existence and covered its surface to dim the immense brightness. Did you get a clear view? Gustav questioned. SJ proceeded to create a holographic screen for everyone to see. On the screen was a clear image of the being they had just encountered. Its full structure was on display for them to see. It's one of the faceless. I should have known. Gustav nearly face-bombed. The faceless. Ildris and Rhea voiced with puzzled looks. One of 3 beings who are the last of their kind in the entire universe. Endrick briefly explained. Are they very strong? Rhea questioned. Obviously, all 3 of them have been in existence for a millennium, and since they are rare, they have tried siring more of their species for a long time to no avail, Endrick added. So what would they want with us? Rhea asked. More like what would they want with him? Ildris turned to Gustav's direction. Huh. Rhea was still confused. The thing is, one of them is so obsessed with bearing more of their species that they would take any job so long as the reward gave information on the subject of interest. They could be killers, saviors, fighters, protectors. Endrick paused at that point. Or even bounty hunters, Ildris chipped in. Yes, or even bounty hunters. So long as whatever the reward is has information regarding what they require to create new offspring. It makes it very rare for them to accept any job, not because millions of people across the galaxy aren't trying to acquire their assistance on personal matters, but because meeting their requirements is borderline impossible, Endrick kept explaining. Which means someone must have met their requirements this time, most likely someone from the Alliance, Ildris added in understanding. But how did they find us? It was almost like that faceless one knew we were coming. It was waiting for us. Ildris wasn't the only one interested in the answer to the question. Rhea was just as curious. You see, the abilities of a faceless one is, how do I put it? Endrick paused while holding his chin. Unpredictable, Gustav stated. Yes. Unpredictable, Endrik nodded. How so? Eldris asked. Endrik stood to his feet and pointed at the holographic projection that displayed the faceless image. Notice the branch-like hair! Chapter 1464. Keep looking in the vast, unending expanse of space, where stars and galaxies weave together a twinkling display of the cosmos. A singular, faceless being floats in place. This entity, unlike any known creature, boasts a mane of vivid crimson hair that cascades and branches out like the limbs of an ancient tree, each strand glowing with the life force of the universe. Amidst the celestial silence, it performs a dance as old as time, conjuring visions with graceful movements. The space around this being warps and pulses with unseen energies, as if reality itself bends to its will. Before it, a single strand of crimson hair, identical in hue to its own ethereal locks, floats as a focus for its powers. This hair acts as a conductor, a focal point through which the being channels the display of visions. As the being's unseen eyes fixate on this floating strand, the space around it begins to shimmer and change. Visions emerge from the void, enveloping the strand like a series of transparent, floating screens. Each footage depicts a dirty blonde-haired target, though the nature of this target remains obscured to any observer, known only to the being itself. These images flicker and shift, displaying moments past, present, and potential futures, all centered around the being's interest. The scenes vary wildly. One moment, the target might be traversing the desolate corners of a distant planet. The next, they might be engaged in a heated debate within the metallic walls of a spacefaring vessel. Each footage is a vignette, a window into a life or event that holds significance in the grand design of the being's intentions. With a subtle movement, almost imperceptible, the being manipulates the scenes, zooming in on details or rewinding actions, as if searching for something. The crimson hair before it seems to pulse with light, reacting to each adjustment and shift in focus, intensifying as the being's concentration deepens. Eventually, the being finds what it seeks within the footages, a moment or clue critical to its inscrutable goals. With a gesture, all the visions dissipate, fading back into the darkness from whence they came, leaving only one of them as well as the strand of crimson hair floating before the being. It proceeds to grab the strand while the last vision enlarged before it like a doorway. The form of the faceless suddenly blurs as it moves through dimensions unseen, leaving behind a trail of questions and the lingering echo of its presence in the vast, star-filled void. Stop being worried. We already put another day's worth of distance between us, Gustav said to Rhea while steering their spacecraft through the dark expanse. Big brother. Endrik suddenly voiced with an alarming tone. What is it? Gustav questioned with a look of confusion. Swerve. He yelled in response, causing Gustav to veer the spacecraft towards the left. It tilted in such a sharp and unexpected way that Rhea's strap ripped off and he got sent flying to the far end of the spacecraft. At the same instant Gustav swerved, space collapsed around their initial spot. With the collapse came the appearance of a faceless being with crimson branch-like hair. It turned out that Endrik had already seen a premonition of collision, so he changed their course before it could happen. He is back. What the hell? Eldris and Rhea both yelled at the same time in disbelief. I put a lot of distance between us. How did he? Gustav was just as confused as the rest of them. You need to use the hyper jump now, Endrik voiced with an incredibly troubled look. Gustav didn't question him about what he might have seen and swiftly charged up the hyper jump. To hush, compared to the last time, the faceless one pursuit was much faster. He was closing in on the spacecraft more furiously, as though wondering how his plans keep getting messed up. When he was close to making contact, the Gustav pushed the hyperjump button. Just like the last time, they ripped through space like a needle, crossing a distance impossible to scale in a short amount of time. In a couple of seconds, They arrived in an entirely different location within space. Phew, we got away, Eldris muttered. You think? Rhea voiced with a tone of trepidation. Not for long, I think, Gustav shook his head. I don't know how it keeps finding us. And there is no way he should be able to cross such a distance within a short amount of time. Not even Jack or Miss Amy can do that, Endrick pointed out with a distressed tone. The Faceless are not supposed to be able to get the same ability twice in a row after consuming a fruit. It must have another way of doing this, Gustav analyzed with a look of skepticism. So what are we going to do? Rhea questioned. We should only be 2 days away from our destination now. Maybe we can get there before he pulls another one of these stunts. Gustav's mind was still majorly centered on saving Angie. Look, Gus, I want to save Angie and Falco as much as you do, but I think we need to find a way to shake him off our tail permanently, or we might never get THR a chance to save them, Eldris voiced from behind. Inasmuch as I... Guys! Rhea suddenly called out to them. What is it? They all voiced simultaneously. Isn't that... I think I saw that space rock or planet, what not before, he pointed at a red-hot, glowing orbital body in the distance. The others turned to stare in the direction he pointed, and their eyes widened. We've been here before, Gustav stated with a tone of realization. What exactly is going on? Rhea voiced as an ominous feeling spread through the spacecraft. We just got set back by 5 days. Endrick stood to his feet and pointed at the holographic projection that displayed the faceless image. Notice the branch-like hair? He questioned. Yeah, what about it? Rhea voiced. You see, their hair is actually a tree. Over time it has been called many names. The tree of creation, the tree of birth, the tree of life, and so on. Rhea kept staring at Endrick with a look of curiosity, wondering where he was headed with this. The thing is, this tree can bear fruits. When they pluck one of these fruits and consume them, it grants a random ability for a particular duration. When Endrick got to this point, Rhea's mouth was agape. So you're saying that they can technically make use of any ability? Rhea inquired. Yes, but not just that. They get the random ability scaled to a very high level depending on the age of the faceless one, and these ones are pretty old, so you can already guess just how strong an ability will be when they gain them. Not to mention that it sticks for an even longer duration with them, Endrick added with a grave tone. So this faceless one must have gained an ability that helped them locate us, Eldris mumbled with a look of understanding. It makes sense now, Rhea leaned back with a bothered look. But what happens when they run out of time? With abilities like that, they must be getting jumped all the time. I mean, who wouldn't want to eat a fruit that would give you a random ability? Rhea thought about the possibilities. You'll die if you ate from one of the fruits on their hair, Endrick pointed out. What? Rhea's eyes widened. It only works for them. Should someone else try to eat a fruit from them, they would explode. To pieces and die, Endrick iterated. Rhea felt like Endrick had just bursted his bubble. He couldn't help but think it was such a waste. If he or she or it found us before, they can certainly find us again. So what do we do? Rhea asked. They won't find us before we get Falco and Angie out of there. We can be 2 galaxies away after we get that done, Gustav answered from up ahead. Yeah, but we can't keep running, can we? This is a faceless one we're talking about, Endrick voiced from the side. It was a lot of trouble having what was considered one of the strongest beings in the universe chasing after you. At least it isn't the one with cosmic superiority, Gustav chuckled. Wait, one of them has that cosmic thing like you? One could almost spell the look of doom on Rhea's face as he questioned. Go figure, Gustav replied. We're screwed. No, we're not. Gustav has a plan, I'm sure, Rhea, Endrick and Eldris voiced simultaneously. If I can trigger another meeting, maybe I can talk to the other faceless to get the one chasing us to back off, Gustav stated, but they didn't really get what he meant. Just keep your pants in a bunch till we're done dealing with the Angie and Falco situation, Gustav added. Chapter 1465. You cannot take him, do not unlock. Yet, Karis, tell me where the Ryan is, he demanded, his voice echoing slightly in the memory-filled void. Karis lifted her weary eyes to meet his, a spark of defiance still burning within. I can't tell you, the Los. I won't let you destroy what I've planned. The lost frustration was palpable, but he masked it quickly and tried a different angle. Why deny me of my share? This was never the plan, so stop being selfish. Karis shook her head slowly, her voice soft but firm. The Nereus sector cursed me. It made me a criminal. I blame this place for the loss of my child. I won't let anyone else suffer as I have. What I'm doing with the Ryan will make sure nothing like this is repeated. Just leave the Nereus sector for your own sake. The Los scoffed as his patience wore thin. Tell me where the Ryan is, Karis. This is not a game. Her resolve hardened as she repeated her refusal. No, the Los. I must finish what I started. At that moment, the Los burst into laughter, a sound that seemed jarringly out of place in the somber atmosphere. Karis stared at him, confusion and surprise written across her face. The Los, catching his breath, waved his hand dismissively. I don't need you to tell me, Karis. Look around you. As he spoke, the memories swirling around them began to shift. The images of past tragedies and struggles faded, replaced by more recent memories. Karis watched, horror-struck, as scenes of her arrival in the Nereus sector with Orion played out around them. The memories showed where she had headed, whom she had contacted, and even where she had hidden the Ryan, all displayed vividly in the shimmering dimension. Karis' eyes widened with realization and dread. How? The lost smile was thin and cold. You see, Karis, the mind, no matter how strong, starts to crack under constant reliving of grief. It opens doors, makes it easy to navigate to the memories I want to see. Your plan, your contacts, the Ryan's location, I know it all now. Karis felt a chill run down her spine as the implications of the loss words sank in. Her last defense had been breached. Her secrets laid bare not by torture or threats, but by her own memories. The Los continued, his voice now a whisper that seemed to fill the space. You thought you could outsmart everyone, didn't you? Use the Ryan to your satisfaction? But you're just a pawn, Karis. And now I hold the board. Karis, now realizing the extent of her vulnerability, felt a mixture of anger and desperation. You think you've won, the Los? The Los nodded slowly, his expression serious. Yes, I have. And I will. The Ryan will be mine, and with it, I will choose to do whatever I please. As the revelation hung heavy between them, Karis' mind raced for solutions, ways to salvage her plan. But with every option seeming to slip through her fingers, her situation felt increasingly hopeless. The Los, satisfied with the shock and defeat on Karis' face, began to fade from the dimension, his parting words echoing around her. Goodbye, Karis! SSS, I cannot let you take him, Gustav stated while grabbing the unconscious clone. However, in the next moment, a star-patterned construct appeared around the body, causing it to vanish. Sorry, but you can't stop me, Mac responded while the unconscious body appeared beside him in midair. Damn it. Gustav gritted his teeth before leaping into the air. Whoosh! Heavy wind blasted in every direction as the ground of the forest cracked and trees swayed to the side from the intensity of Gustav's speed. Mac, who had already turned away to leave, was taken by surprise as the figure in the fox-like mask, who he didn't know was the real Gustav, appeared beside him in just a split second. Gustav immediately reached out to grab the clone protected by the triangular star-shaped construct, and from the corner of his eye he caught the slight astonishment on Mac's face. However, Mac was much faster as he pulled the floating, unconscious clone away and thrust his right palm forward. Bang! Gustav was met with a violent clash as his entire body was sent flying across the air upon collision. Don't push me, Mac warned after attacking with no intent to inflict gracious injuries. He turned around and flew forward with a floating, unconscious body beside him, but didn't get very far before a red streak blazed across the sky. Looks like I might need to knock him out, Mac decided while turning around swiftly. Gustav's figure appeared right before him with his arm outstretched. Once more. Space construct, Mac chimed before Gustav could make contact. Triangular star-shaped enclosures suddenly appeared around Gustav's figure, and he instantly found himself unable to move. Damn it. The space left Gustav completely incapacitated. There was only one way he knew he could get out of it, but he couldn't go through with it because he would be risking exposing his identity. Chaos construct, Mac voiced while pointing at the sky. A massive, glowing, purplish circle with multiple triangular shapes covered the sky and blotted the view of the entire sun. Gustav was frozen in place, but he could sense the incredible pressure from the sky. In the next instant, a powerful torrent of purplish energy rained from the sky like a waterfall. It charged downwards with immense speed and power, slamming into Gustav's frozen figure. Bang! It rained down upon the forest, which was as large as a town, racing everything in view to the ground. The fire was unable to breed because, in just a second, the entire vicinity was turned into a charred wasteland. The trees were gone along with rocks, grasses, highlands, mountains, and almost every atom in view. All that remained in view was a massive, darkened surface with molten lava in some areas. Judging by your strength, that won't be enough to kill you, but at the very least you won't be a nuisance anymore, Mac said before turning away once more and flying into the distance. Those geezers better not complain about the destruction, TCH, he grumbled. Down beneath the pile of ash and molten liquid, a figure sprouted out of the surface with a sizzling, cooked flesh. Reddish marks could be seen all over his burnt skin and hair as he raised his face to stare at the sky. Powerful indeed. The figure voiced with a tone of aspiration. "You've done it now," he added while his body began to visibly regenerate at very insane speed. Silver scales started appearing all over his body as the space around him twisted and violent winds stirred. Horns protruded from his head as energy gathered around him and he ascended from the surface of the decimated environment. Thrih! His figure suddenly vanished like he teleported, and in the next instant, a loud, ripping sound rang out heavily. Grrrhhhhhh. The surroundings quaked with intensity as a massive line was torn in the skies. People across multiple cities in the world looked up to the sky and could see the line that cut across it. Their faces were fraught with clueless expressions, but the sound wave that came next made them cover their ears in horror. Thraha! It sounded like 1,000 thunderbolts merged into one, ringing before each person's ear. Some of them already had blood leaking from their eardrums. They didn't know that what was coming next would be even worse. A few seconds earlier, Mac turned in midair as he sensed something. Nature cons. Before he could complete his sentence, the skies ripped open with rifts appearing all over. BOM. It sounded like thousands of loud explosions went off as an incredibly quick streak rammed heavily into Mac. Both figures tore across the sky at such insane speed that more rifts appeared in their wake. Mac was completely astounded as he tried to free himself from the figure that clung to him with unprecedented grip. "How are you still conscious?" Mac voiced as he held onto Gustav's arms and began slowly spreading them. When he noticed he was losing hold, Gustav spun repeatedly and flung Mac away. Fwihai! Mac found himself catapulting downwards at a speed that not a single mixed blood would be able to follow. Before he could try to stabilize himself, he slammed into the surface of an ocean, causing a massive torrent to blast upwards. Boom! It was as though another explosion had gone off as Mac hit the bottom of the ocean instantly. A cyclone was generated as a radius of more than 50,000 feet was cleared of water, and walls of ocean waves spread to other areas. Mac broke through the ocean bed and continuously kept falling further underground from the force of the throw. The clone's unconscious body, which still had triangular-shaped star constructs around it, was flying toward the ocean when Gustav grabbed it forcefully. "Gotta put this in my personal space," he voiced with a struggling tone as he tightened his hand around the construct in a bid to break through it and retrieve the clone's body. Unfortunately, the construct seemed unbreakable despite the amount of pressure Gustav inflicted on it. "I have no choice but to use it." Gustav could only pray that it didn't get noticed as a stack of multicolored rhombuses phased out of his left palm area. "Try just the construct," Gustav instructed. In the next instant, the construct was consumed by Kohelia, leaving Gustav's unconscious clone untouched. Gustav reached out to grab the clone before it could fall, but before he made contact with it, Fwai, a yellow streak, came out of nowhere and snatched the clone from him. "Damn it, I wasn't fast enough." Gustav gritted his teeth. Mac had the clone in his grasp as he appeared hundreds of feet away from Gustav. I cannot ignore your level of strength, even though it is beneath mine. Someone as powerful as you are will not be able to go unnoticed since there are not a lot of mixed bloods on this level of strength. Who are you?" Mac questioned with a perceptible tone of interest. Although Gustav's demon, fox-like, mask had been disintegrated when Mac attacked earlier, one still couldn't tell how he looked at the moment. This was because Gustav activated Ultimate Combination, which had completely altered his human look. "I am nobody," Gustav answered with the same fake, middle-aged voice he had been using all this time. "Who knows? I might just leave the kid to you if you revealed who you are." Mac grinned lightly while proposing. "No, you wouldn't," Gustav said internally, and he was right. Who in their right senses would let go of the original and a clone at the same time? "I will no longer take your axe lightly if you keep this up." Knowing he couldn't get Gustav to spill the beans, Mac warned heavily. "Just give him back, and I will be out of your way." Gustav remained unyielding as well. "I can't do that," Mac stated. "Spack." Before he could completely cast any ability, Gustav moved like a lightning bolt. "Thraz!" He arrived before Mac in an instant while throwing out a glowing, icy fist. "This will be very damaging if I don't evade or counter." Mac was a bit faster, but he knew he only had two choices at this moment, since complete evasion while holding on to the clone was impossible. "Fwai!" He let go of the clone and raised his right arm to block Gustav's attack while arching his left arm backward to thrust a counter-palm strike at Gustav's gut. Boom! A loud crash that reverberated across the entirety of the earth rang out as Gustav's fists collided with Mac's arm. Mac's face barely displayed an affected look as his palm rammed into Gustav's knee at the same moment. Gustav had raised his knee to block the palm strike, and now they had both hit each other with enough force to split the earth in two. Boom! The entirety of the earth quaked intensely as they were both sent catapulting backward. "He tricked me. That attack was much more powerful than I sensed." Chapter 1460. 6. The Planet Destroyer Humph. Perhaps dying isn't such a bad option, so long as that treacherous bitch gets to join in. The low spat out his disdain for Karis evident in his sneer. Gustav's response was measured, his tone icy as he leaned in closer. "Don't test my patience, the Los. Release Karis, so she can deactivate the Ryan. I've been awfully understanding and nice these days. You don't want to see the other side." The Los, clenching his fist, shot back. "And why would I do that? If I'm going down, I want the Ryan in the end. Without that, there's no deal." Gustav's expression darkened. "Listen carefully. With the little time we have left, I can make your life a living hell. I can save you from the destruction only to dedicate the rest of your days to torturing you until you beg for death as a relief, and I will not grant it." The threat hung heavy in the air, Gustav's words echoing with a chilling promise. The Los, looking into Gustav's relentless eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine. There was no bluff in Gustav's gaze, only the cold certainty of his intentions. Was he powerful enough to handle it? Recalling all he had witnessed these last couple of days, he doubted it. Initially, he thought Gustav and the others were just ordinary people that had saved him, but he knew very well now that they were far from being ordinary, especially after finding out about Gustav's identity. After a tense moment, the Los swallowed hard, his earlier bravado crumbling under the weight of Gustav's resolve. All right, I'll do it. Just. Spare me. Gustav nodded curtly, signaling to an operative who handed the Los a small, reflective surface, a portal device. With a resigned sigh, the Los took the device, his hands slightly trembling as he summoned Karis from the dimensional void she was trapped in. The air shimmered as Karis was pulled through the reflective portal, her form solidifying in the real world. She looked around, disoriented for a moment before her gaze hardened upon seeing the Los and Gustav. The urgency of the situation brought them to the site where the Ryan was embedded, its glow pulsating ominously. The operatives, along with Vlade Zenith, stood back as Gustav led Karis to the crystalline structure. Karis, you're the only one who can deactivate this, Gustav stated. Karis, her expression unreadable, surveyed the Ryan. The burden of her decision weighed visibly on her shoulders. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. No. The single word fell like a hammer. Gustav's brow furrowed, his patience fraying. Why won't you deactivate the Ryan? You really want innocent folks, children, to lose their lives just like how your baby lost its? Karis' eyes met Gustav's as a flurry of emotions flickered through. That is not it. I am trying to save them and the potential many others that may fall into such a disastrous situation. When the Nereus sector is no more, so will their suffering. This will only bring salvation. The Los interjected, anger lacing his tone. You'd risk everything for your ideals? You're as mad as they say. Karis turned to face the Los, her gaze steely. And you'd sell us all out for a chance at power. We're different, the Los. I'm trying to save lives as opposed to your selfish ass. Gustav stepped between them. No, you're trying to take them. There can be other better ways of saving them. Do you really believe this is the only path? Karis sighed, the weight of the world seeming to press down upon her. There is no other way. The Nereus sector is full of rotten criminals. Their death will make the universe a better place. Other innocents won't fall into their hand once the charge goes off. Zenith, who had been silent, now spoke up. If I had known of our baby, I would have done better. As much rotten as I am, I don't believe those kids should suffer the same fate as the ones you wish to punish. You're not giving them the chance to be saved or live a potential life different from how you did. What if there's hope for them and you end up snuffing it out with this? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as Karis pondered the gravity of her next actions. Gustav knew that persuading her would take more than threats or pleas. It would require understanding and perhaps aligning with her deeper motivations. You want the kingpins and crime lords gone, right? Gustav broke the silence, his voice steady, eyes locked on Karis' conflicted gaze. Karis, taken aback by the simplicity of the question, responded with a hint of frustration. Of course, that's why we're here. This, she gestured to the glowing Ryan, is the only way to cleanse the sector once and for all. Gustav shook his head slightly, a thoughtful look crossing his features. It's not the only way. There are other paths, ones that don't involve taking innocent lives. Karis' eyes narrowed, skepticism written across her face. And what would you know of it? I can help you achieve that. I have the power, Gustav stated. You. What can you do? Where does such unruly confidence come from? Karis nearly bursted out in laughter as deeds of the powerful crime lords appeared in her mind. It's because I am Gustav Crimson, the planet destroyer, as the Alliance calls me, Gustav revealed, his title hanging heavy in the air. He didn't elaborate on his past deeds, but the weight of his reputation was evident. Karis stepped back, her shock apparent. You? You're him? She murmured, piecing together rumors and stories Shed heard of the infamous fugitive. Yes, Gustav affirmed. You have no doubt heard of some of my feats. Does any of your crime lords compare? Karis didn't need to answer because the look on her face already did. You're just as bad or even worse. Why would I deactivate the Ryan after your revelation? Karis inquired with a frightened look. Karis, still processing the revelation, looked from Gustav to the Ryan and back. You're a planet destroyer, yet you speak of saving lives? Gustav's expression softened. I've been called many things, Karis. Not all are true, and not all are unfounded. Iram wanted to step in and speak on behalf of Gustav based on all he had seen so far, but Gustav stopped him. He leaned closer to Karis before responding. Sometimes you need a monster to get rid of other monsters. Karis' mouth hung open as she couldn't find the words to refute. For some reason, Gustav's statement made a lot of sense, even though she was supposed to be terrified of such a presence. But I need you to trust me. Deactivate the Ryan, and let us handle this without catastrophe. Finally, she nodded, her decision made. I don't know why I'm trusting a planet destroyer, but I'll do it. Turning to the Ryan, Karis approached the crystalline structure. She placed her hands on its surface, her fingers tracing the complex patterns that emitted a soft blue light. Whispering words of deactivation, she began the process. The glow of the Ryan slowly dimmed, the pulsating energy ebbing away as Karis' chant continued. Around them, the atmosphere shifted, the imminent threat receding with each passing second. As the light of the Ryan faded to a mere flicker and then extinguished, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The Triton guards, led by Officer Iram, stepped forward. With professionalism and precision, they secured the now inert Ryan, placing it within a specialized containment unit designed to safeguard such powerful mineral. Thank you, Gustav, for your intervention, Officer Iram said, offering a nod of respect to Gustav. Well, take it from here. The Ryan will be kept under maximum security. As they prepared to escort Karis and the Los away, Karis gave Gustav a long, searching look. I hope you keep to your word, Gustav, she said quietly, a mix of hope and uncertainty in her voice. Gustav nodded in acknowledgement. I will, but too bad you won't be around to see it. In the aftermath of the crisis with the Ryan, Rhea approached Gustav with an inquisitive gaze. So, what's next? He asked. Gustav turned to him with a smirk, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve that had become all too familiar. It's time for heads to roll, he declared, his tone suggesting a looming storm about to be unleashed. As Iram and the Triton guards organized their exit from the nearest sector, Gustav quickly laid out his plans. He assigned tasks to each of them focusing on strategic strikes against the criminal underbelly of the sector in a bid to keep his word to Karis. Eldris and Falco, he said, I need you two to coordinate the extraction of trafficked alien kids. Get them to safety. Set up a secure channel for medical and psychological support. No loose ends. And Drick, Rhea. He instructed, start dismantling the slave markets. Free those held against their will, and ensure they have a passage to safe havens. I don't have to say, use force if necessary, because it will be, but keep casualties to a minimum. Chapter 1467, the update do not unlock, not according to recent data. Another officer shook their head while putting up a bunch of holographic statistics. The meeting seemed to be split between two sides. One side was with General Chell, while the other side disagreed with him. Grand Commander Cheyenne, what is your take on this? Commander Zanatus said to middle-aged looking man with a diamond shard in his forehead. Enough with the bickering. The Grand Commanders will come to a decision on this later. For now, this meeting is adjourned, Grand Commander Cheyenne stated with an authoritative tone. Minutes after the meeting came to an end, General Chell approached Grand Commander Cheyenne. We need to make a move now, or we are going to lose Gustav to the Draconites, he stated. What do you mean by that? Grand Commander Cheyenne inquired with a suspicious expression. They employed a very powerful entity to capture him. Who? Amidst the serenity of space, where stars twinkle like distant lighthouses guiding the wanderers of the cosmos, a spacecraft, its design unconventional with a distinct pentagon shape, could be spotted floating in place. Atop this vessel were two remarkable-looking figures. The first figure, an individual with curly black hair, floats slightly above the vessel. On his forehead, a green glowing dot pulsates with an ethereal light, marking him as someone of significant power and mystique. Around him, an aura of formidable energy emanates, pushing against the very fabric of space, distorting the area around him with an invisible force. His eyes are focused, reflecting a resolve that is both calming and intimidating. Beside him, the second figure with dirty blonde hair exudes a different kind of significance. This individual carries a weight in their demeanor, a target of unimaginable value. It is this figure that beckons the extraordinary, drawing forth the presence of divinity. Without warning, space before the spacecraft distorts, a rippling effect that heralds the arrival of the entity with crimson, tree-like hair. It materializes with a silent grace, floating before the vessel, its hair billowing in an unseen cosmic wind. The entity's appearance is mesmerizing, its hair glowing with a deep, rich hue that contrasts starkly against the backdrop of space. The moment of confrontation is electric, charged with an unseen tension that grips the void. Endrick's eyes remained close, almost like he was lost in a trance. Gustav reaches out to touch him, but the energy that emanates from Endrick's figure repels his hand. With the Epheave right before him, Gustav decides to make a last-minute decision. In a bold move, he launches himself into the vacuum of space, propelling away from the spacecraft in the opposite direction. His movement is swift, a desperate bid to draw the crimson-haired being away, sacrificing his safety since he seemed to be headed back for the dead man zone. The faceless one stands in place for a bit, seemingly confounded, but soon his gaze shifts, locking onto the fleeing figure with an intensity that belies its serene appearance. With a fluid motion, it gives chase, moving through space with an ease that defied physics. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure morphed as he wove through asteroids and debris, pushing his limits in a desperate bid to outrun the faceless one, even though he knew it was impossible. His aim was to get Epheave as far away from the spacecraft as possible, so the others could get out of there, and the only chance he felt he had at achieving this was by heading back to the dead man zone that made it literally impossible for any being of matter to pass through. Fwish, they both transcend unimaginable speed as Epheave closes in on him. Meanwhile, back on the spacecraft, Endrick suddenly opens his eyes. "I found the focal point," he voices before blinking. Twice, he reappears within the spacecraft, which is already veering forward with Eldris taking charge. "Where is Gustav?" Endrick inquires with a slightly befuddled look. "We need to get out of here now, or he won't be safe," Eldris stated before powering up the hyperjump. Endrick's face lit up in realization as the recent events played out in his head. "Husarius, why didn't you tell me?" he yelled out. Breaking concentration would have prevented us from finding the focal point. Husarius answered without an ounce of remorse, while the spacecraft turned into a line that streaked forward with intensity. On the outside, Gustav closed in on a massive net wriggling with violent throngs of energy. "I know what you are planning. I won't let you." The voice of the faceless one thrummed across space as it suddenly accelerated. Fusum, before Gustav could reach the net, Epheave reached him. Gustav tried to evade, but Epheave caught him by the neck and held him in place. Gustav struggled with a look of powerlessness. "Now I have you." His voice reached Gustav's hearing once more, even though he wasn't speaking. "Do you?" A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face as he stared at a countdown. 1. A burst of sky blue light suddenly emanates from his wrist. completely consuming his figure. Gustav vanished in the next moment, causing Epheve hand to close in on nothing. No. Although Epheve was faceless, one could sense frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. I was trying to get Epheve off our back. That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically, after me, Gustav clarified. Epheve? That's a weird name, Rhea stated bluntly. You should hear the name of the cosmic superior faceless one. Gustav wondered what Rhea would call that if he knew of it. I tried to get him to help us take Epheve off our case, Gustav added. Any luck with that? Eldris inquired. Nah. He said he can't do that. It isn't the way of the faceless. Whatever that means, Gustav responded. Bummer, Rhea mumbled. He mentioned something else. Gustav paused for a bit with a disturbed expression. He said the reason Epheve keeps getting to us is because he has a piece of his hair, Gustav revealed. What does his hair have to do with this? Rhea questioned. Cosmic superiority beings are linked, so he uses the cosmic strand to link us and locates us each time, Gustav explained. The looks of bewilderment on both Rhea and Eldris' face were apparent after Gustav revealed this. Is there any way we can get it from him? Eldris asked. Even if we did, we would still have this loop problem. Gustav shook his head softly. Isn't Endrick taking care of that at the moment? Rhea said while looking around. There's no guarantee that he will find it. A plan began formulating in Gustav's head after voicing this out. I have an. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, space pulsated rhythmically up ahead. They all turned to stare at the northeast direction in horror. He's here, Eldris stated. Endrick. Gustav yelled and vanished from viewpoint. Fuhom, he reappeared atop the spacecraft and reached out to grab Endrick, who was floating while emitting a powerful green glow from his figure. Earth. Within a broad space lay an exemplar of sophistication and high-class design. Its expansive dimensions are accentuated by the minimalist, yet opulent decor, where the interplay of natural light and shadows casts a serene ambience conducive to focused deliberation. The room is encased in panels of dark, rich mahogany, their polished surfaces reflecting the subdued lighting from the elegant, recessed ceiling fixtures, creating an atmosphere of warmth and exclusivity. At the heart of this boardroom lies a grand, elongated table, its surface a flawless expanse of gleaming, jet-black marble. This imposing centerpiece commands respect, its sleek, reflective top mirroring the solemn expressions of those seated around it. Around this table, figures clad in authoritative uniforms convene, their attire a testament to their positions of power within the MBO. Medals and insignias, symbols of achievements and rank, glint under the soft lighting, adding a touch of solemnity and pride to the gathering. What is this talk about sending more of our officers to the Alliance? The officer backing the floor-to-ceiling window on one side offering a breathtaking view of the city skyline, voices in bafflement. It was requested by the Alliance in order to capture the fugitive Gustav Crimson. General Chell answered from the other end. They have enough forces. It is unwise for us to give more. Another general voiced his opinion. Other planets agreed, so it would be odd if we decided not to. General Chell responded. Yes, capturing Gustav Crimson should be #1 priority. Another officer agreed with General Chell. With all due respect, we have already put a lot of resources into capturing Gustav Crimson. At this point, we are starting to neglect that there are bigger issues to take care of right here on our planet and not out there in the stars, Commander Zanatus, who was also present, stated with a respectful yet assertive tone. We have enough forces to handle whatever is on the ground just as much as what is in the sky, General Chell responded. Chapter 1468. Can I? Do not unlock after a moment that seems both an instant and an eternity in the vast, timeless expanse of space. He extends his left hand toward the black hole. His arm does not tremble. Instead, It thrums with an energy that is both terrifying and beautiful in its intensity. Kohelia, come forth. From his fingertips, a glow begins to emanate, spreading to engulf his hand in a spectrum of light that defies description. The colors blend and shift, radiating outwards in hues that human eyes have never seen and minds have never imagined. Suddenly, with a purpose that is as deliberate as it is mysterious, a succession of massive, rhombus-shaped lights bursts forth from his arm. These lights, each a different, vibrant color, phases into existence. They move with a synchrony that is both mesmerizing and purposeful, aligning themselves into a formation that is geometrically perfect and stunning in its complexity. As these colossal, multicolored rhombi cascade towards the black hole, space itself seems to warp and shimmer around them. They approach the event horizon, not with the hesitance of matter doomed to be devoured, but with the assurance of entities that command their own fate. In a spectacle that would render the most eloquent of poets speechless, the lights envelop the black hole, their brilliance challenging the darkness that has consumed all light. 10:10, as these colossal, multicolored rhombi cascade towards the black hole, space itself seems to warp and shimmer around them. They approach the event horizon, not with the hesitance of matter doomed to be devoured, but with the assurance of entities that command their own fate. In a spectacle that would render the most eloquent of poets speechless, the lights envelop the black hole, their brilliance challenging the darkness that has consumed all light. With a silent command that resonates through the very essence of reality, Gustav causes the lights to converge, their energy intensifying to a crescendo that outshines galaxies. In a moment of cosmic defiance, Kohelia rears its mouth in full form and swallows the black hole whole, enveloping it in a luminance that rewrites the laws of physics with its sheer will. And then, as suddenly as it began, the display ends. The black hole, that insatiable maw of destruction, vanishes without a trace, leaving behind a void where once stood a titan of the cosmos. The multicolored lights, having accomplished their unfathomable task, fade into the ether, their purpose fulfilled. Gustav lowers his hand, the glow dimming, then extinguishing, leaving no trace of the monumental power it had just channeled. All of a sudden, cracks began to appear all over the surroundings. It was like reality and all of existence was cracking like fractured glass. KRRRYYCCHH, Gustav floated in place as these cracks ultimately spread across the entire vicinity and shatters. Blinking for a split second, Gustav finds himself in a different environment. Gus? You listening? A familiar voice called out to him from behind, causing him to turn around. Eldris and Rhea were strapped into the seats, and it seemed like they had been engaged in a conversation with him while Endrick was seated towards his right within the spacecraft. Oh, so it's over? He looked forward upon noticing that they were cruising through space. Although Epheve was faceless, one could sense frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. Gustav reappeared within the spacecraft, causing the others to let out a collective sigh of relief. Good thing you managed to outrun him, Eldris muttered. I didn't actually outrun him. He caught me, but it's good that he did. Gustav responded while holding onto a strand of crimson hair. You got the hair from him? How? Their faces bore looks of puzzlement. Wasn't that difficult? Gustav went on to explain how he sneaked his hand into Epheve's personal space at the last moment and pulled the hair out before vanishing. Gustav knew how to make spaces collapse, so this wasn't much of a difficulty for him. Fortunately, he activated the dimensional bracelet seconds prior to getting caught by Epheve, or things would have gone in a completely different direction. Does this mean he won't be able to track us anymore? Rhea questioned. Yes, he won't, Gustav voiced in confirmation. But we still have to get to the focal point and get rid of this loop, Eldris pointed out, receiving a nod from Gustav. What happens if 5 days go by and we haven't managed to get rid of the loop? Does the hair go back to him when this whole thing resets, or? Rhea asked with a look of bafflement. Good question. Let's hope we get rid of the loop before then, so we don't have to find out, Gustav said before heading for the seat before the control panel. Bad news, though. The focal point is that way, so we will have to turn around, and Drick voiced while pointing towards the south. You mean we have to go back there? Rhea asked with a horrific tone. Not entirely, but we do need to turn around if we want to get to where it is located. And Drick answered while displaying a wry smile. We're dead, Rhea mumbled while shaking his head. Relax. We can count on the fact that he is trying to come after us again, but he doesn't know where to look, so he could be anywhere right now, Gustav said to Rhea. That does make me feel less worried, Rhea stated. Let's just go around like clockwise. Might take longer to get there, but would have lesser chances of bumping into him, Eldris suggested. It'll take you up on that. Gustav proceeded to steer the spacecraft around and began flying in the eastern direction. The engines emit a faint, pulsing glow, propelling it forward on a course set towards a new destination. For over 12 hours, the spacecraft continues its relentless traverse across the vast expanse of space. Inside, Gustav and the others make plans on how to deal with things should any unexpected situation arise. As the journey continues, the spacecraft skirts the edges of gas giants, behemoths of swirling colors and storms that could swallow the vessel whole without a trace. Each obstacle is navigated with a mixture of skill and technology, the ship's advanced navigation systems plotting a safe passage through these cosmic hazards. Finally, the destination looms ahead, emerging from the darkness like a vision from the depths of the most daring imaginations. In the distance, a black hole reveals itself, a monstrous entity suspended in the void, its gravitational pull bending light itself into a mesmerizing halo around its event horizon. This celestial phenomenon, a singularity where the known laws of physics contort and break, casts an awe-inspiring, if not ominous, presence. The spacecraft slows its approach, its engines dialing back the thrust to a gentle hum as it enters a cautious orbit around the black hole. Gustav and the others gathered at the observation windows and screens, watching in silent reverence as the spectacle unfolds before them. The black hole's accretion disk, a swirling maelstrom of matter being inexorably drawn into the abyss, glows with a fierce, ethereal beauty. You're saying the focal point is a black hole? Gustav questioned with a look of disbelief. That is exactly what I am saying, Endrick answered. This is crazy. What do we do to a black hole to get rid of the loop? Destroy it? Rhea voiced sarcastically. They all turned to stare at him with looks of seriousness. The smile on his face instantly dropped. You guys are kidding, right? Rhea voiced in disbelief. The focal point is within the black hole so that monster is powerful enough to enter a black hole and activate a 5 days loop that spans across hundreds of light years without as much as breaking a sweat. And Drick began explaining. So unless someone can go into the black hole and get rid of the focal point without any adverse effect, then it's the only choice we have. Or are you perhaps offering to go into the black hole and get the job done? And Drick asked him, You want me to perish? I'll pass on that. Rhea decided to keep his mouth shut at this point. Going in there is also a feasible option. Gustav voiced from the side as he peered at the abysmal, swirling darkness. But it's much easier to just get rid of it, he added while turning around to head out. So that's it. You're just going to go out there and get rid of an entire black hole. Rhea was still in disbelief. Pretty much, Gustav answered without turning around. You should know what he is capable of by now. Eldris patted Rhea's back while chuckling. Would you be able to do that? Rhea asked him. I wouldn't know, since I've never tried it, Eldris voiced in response while they watched Gustav reappear ahead of the spacecraft. He flew in the direction of the dark mass, unfettered. At this moment, his dirty blonde hair captures the light of distant suns. His undeniable aura of divinity, an almost ethereal quality that seems out of place amidst the cold, impersonal expanse of the cosmos, beams forth as he floats serenely before one of space's most awe-inspiring and terrifying phenomena, a black hole. The black hole itself, a boundary beyond which nothing can escape, pulses with the last echoes of light from matter being inexorably drawn inward. Against this backdrop of ultimate destruction, Gustav observes, his gaze intense yet unfazed, as if understanding the very essence of the cosmic existence before him. Chapter 1469, The Epicenter, Do Not Unlock. Not exactly is going on? Rhea asked with a look of bafflement. It means we're almost there. We're almost at the center of the universe, Endrick voiced with a tone of certainty. I suspected something like this might happen, Gustav muttered while pushing his hand forward. A strange force kept contending with his palm movement. It makes sense why no one has ever been able to tell any tale about reaching the middle of the universe, or why there is no mention of the planet there, he added. Because whenever spacecraft get to this point, they go around it, Eldris muttered with a tone of realization. And I'm guessing they can't see it either, so no one ever really tried to get past, Gustav stated while squinting his eyes. See it? Rhea voiced in confusion. Far into the distance was the outline of a planet, darkened and desolate, its surface a testament to ages of desiccation and decay. This planet, hidden from the prying eyes of the universe, exists in isolation, its presence known to none, for it is invisible to all. Instead of responding, Gustav gazes out into the void and sees what no other can. The darkened planet, suspended in the heart of repulsion. From their current position, it was as distant as Mars from Earth, but since they were in space, the outline was visible to Gustav. However, it was just him and not the others. I can see it! Gustav proceeds to describe the planet in vivid detail, his eyes seeing through the cosmic veil that renders it invisible to others. Is there a reason why you can see it and we can't? Rhea questioned in confoundment. Perks of being the outworldly, I guess, Eldris voiced from the side. The mundane one did mention that it was going to be invisible to the eyes except for specific periods, which is also when we will get the chance to get onto the planet, because it is also intangible while it is invisible. And Drick chimed in from the side. Did he mention that the repulsion will stop too? Or do we have to get close to the planet first? Eldris inquired. He didn't specify, but I'd say it's better safe than sorry to be closer to it when the time comes. And Drick responded with a grave tone. With the spacecraft unable to breach the invisible repellent force, the group had to come up with ways to infiltrate. Gustav sat down once again before the control panels and pushed the hyperjump button. He decided not to power it fully so it wouldn't take them beyond the specific perimeter. After a few moments, he pushed the throttle. The spacecraft rumbled intensely as it turned into a needle-like streak that pushed forward with unprecedented tenacity. It soon returned to normal, giving them visuals of the surroundings once more. Did we get past in? Rhea inquired. Nope, we're still where we were, and Drick responded with a disturbed look. From the looks of things, it is impossible to move in a straight line beyond this point. Gustav shook his head. Then what do we do? Rhea questioned. I don't think the spacecraft will be any use to us in this situation. Gustav stood to his feet. Come on, let's head out, he added while heading for the exit. Eldris and Rhea grabbed a spacesuit since they couldn't breathe in space, while Endrick and Gustav headed out without issues. In a bit, they were floating before the endless void of space, ready to take on the repelling force before them. Oh, so it's over? He looked forward upon noticing that they were cruising through space. Taking note of the surroundings, he spotted familiar orbital bodies that came into view when they left the Dead Man Zone over 2 weeks ago. From the time and date Gustav could see the spacecraft displaying, it seemed like they had gone back once again. What do you mean, oh, it's over? I asked how long will it take us to reach our destination? Rhea questioned with a look of bafflement. Eldris was just as clueless. He felt like something was wrong. You okay? He inquired. Yeah, I'm fine. It looks like you guys don't remember. That's a good sign, Gustav stated with a look of relief. Remember what? Rhea and Eldris took a brief glance at each other. They were starting to wonder if Gustav was cuckoo in the head. It's better that y'all don't know. At least Epheve won't be able to give chase anymore. Gustav smiled while the ancient hourglass appeared before him. Floating atop the ancient hourglass was the crimson strand of root like hair which was bathed in a golden glow. Gustav had made use of the ancient hourglass energy to prevent the hair from being stripped away by the correction in time. Since the loop was shattered, it meant Gustav wouldn't have encountered Epheve and successfully stolen the hair. So originally, the hair would have returned to Epheve, and he would still be capable of hunting them even after shattering the loop. Fortunately, the energy from the ancient hourglass prevented this. Eldris and Rhea both stared at Gustav, still utterly confused about how they went from talking about their destination to whatever he was referencing. I still remember, though, and Drick chimed in from the side. Time candidate, of course, Gustav voiced in understanding. It wasn't the first time Endrick was retaining his memory after a time reconfiguration. You guys better fill us in, Rhea stated in defiance. Well, it might be better for you two to know about it anyways, just in case, and Drick decided to be the one to narrate the endeavors to them. Gustav focused on steering the spacecraft forward and taking unprecedented paths so as not to accidentally bump into Epheve again. They had successfully gotten away from him, but to make sure things stayed that way, they needed to avoid spots that they initially traveled through. In another part of space, Epheve floated while his hair grew in length. Some parts of it became much thicker than before and spread out like branches. In a few moments, a finger-sized green fruit with circular top and base grew out of the peak. It exuded a mythical glow as the time surrounding it sped up. The fruit ripened in just a few seconds, and Epheve reached up to pluck it with his incredibly slender fingers. He placed the fruit at his neck region, and a circular hole suddenly opened up to consume it. His neck emitted a glow which followed down into his belly from the shimmer of the fruit. Suddenly, Epheve's body began to morph. The serene beauty of the hair's crimson branches becomes more pronounced, their edges sharpening, their movements becoming more deliberate and ominous. The branches twist and coil, transforming into a writhing mass that exudes a sinister aura. The transformation is not just visual, but palpable, as a wave of energy bursts forth from Epheve, rippling through the surrounding space, distorting the very fabric of reality. As the Epheve undergoes some type of metamorphosis, his form grows exponentially, expanding into something far more sinister and immensely powerful. The once serene and beautiful branches now resemble the tendrils of some cosmic horror, each movement synchronized with the pulsing of dark energy that now emanates from his core. The crimson hue deepens to a blood-like shade, imbuing Epheve with an aura of malevolence that chills the soul. The faceless nature of Epheve becomes even more pronounced, as if its lack of features is a void that draws in all hope, all light. Its form, now a monument to dread, looms in the void of space, a harbinger of an unfathomable darkness. The transformation was completed, and where once floated a creature of mysterious beauty, now stands a being of unparalleled power and sinister intent. I may not know where you are, but I know where you are going. Epheve's dreadful voice resonates deeply despite being in space as he suddenly vanishes. 10 days later in an unknown location, Gustav's spacecraft slices through the vacuum of space. They happened to be nearing their destination at this point and watched out for unexpectancies. As the spacecraft further nears their destination, the group notices a shift in the behavior of space itself. Particles that once drifted lazily now veer away in an unseen current, as if repelled by an invisible force. Stars that should twinkle in the distance seem to skirt around an unseen boundary, leaving a void that stares back at them like an unblinking eye. The closer the spacecraft gets, the more pronounced the repulsion becomes, until it reaches a threshold where space itself seems to fold, creating a barrier that no physical object can penetrate. Why have we stopped? Are we there already? Rhea questioned. It's not by the choice. The engines are still running, but it's having difficulty moving any further, Gustav answered. We're being repelled. Eldris stood to his feet and noticed that it took a lot of energy to move forward despite being within the spacecraft. Chapter 1470, Let Her Go. Do not unlock with a breath that felt like it could be his last. He took a step forward. The boots glow brightly, a beacon in the darkness, and in an instant, Gustav vanishes from sight. Gustav reappears light minutes away from his initial location and finds himself standing before the dark planet. He turns back, shooting a glance into the distance where the repellent force existed that now separates him from the others. He activated the comm link and his voice was transmitted straight into their ears. I'm here. The boots worked. I've crossed in and no longer feel the repellent force. Eldris' voice comes through, a blend of relief and excitement. Great. Do you still see the planet? Gustav's gaze swept over the desolate landscape. Yeah, it's in an even worse state than I expected. Outside the repelling perimeter, Endrik, Eldris, and Rhea nodded in understanding. Will you be able to take us with you? Enfik inquired. It is really difficult to control. I feel like one misstep would cost a lot, Gustav said internally. Maybe you shouldn't then, the system responded in his head. Nah, I have to. If I could split myself in two, I wouldn't need them, but I can't, Gustav answered while turning around. You made use of your body weight to balance the movement and control the void stepper to an extent. Take them one after the other so it doesn't offset that balance by much, the system suggested. Sure. Hold on, I'm coming back for each of you. Prepare yourselves, he announced to the others with resolve that brooks no argument. Gustav proceeds to take a step forward, appearing before the others in an instant. The control over the void stepper's power requires intense concentration, a balancing act between his will and the ancient sacred item capricious energy. He begins to take them in, one after the other. With each journey back, Gustav feels the boots' power testing his limits, as if challenging his right to wield their might. First, he reaches for Eldris, his calm demeanor belying the anticipation of the unknown that awaits. Gustav extends his hand, and as their fingers touch, a surge of energy envelopes them. With a step forward, they traverse the perimeter of the repellent force, yielding to the void stepper's ancient command. Eldris' breath catches at the sight that greets him. The dark planet, a vista of ruins and desolation, yet undeniably beautiful in its darkness. Incredible, he whispers, his voice a mix of awe and trepidation. Next, Gustav returns for Endrik. As they step through the perimeter together, Endrik's mind races with questions and hypotheses about the barrier's origins. Lastly, Gustav brings Rhea across the barrier. The strength emanating from Rhea is comforting, a steadfast presence in the face of the uncertainty that lies ahead. As they set foot on the dark planet, Rhea clenches his fists, ready for whatever challenges they may face. This was pretty much the last step standing between them and the rescue of their friends. Together again, the four stand on the brink of exploration, their mission clear yet daunting. The exit point was the precise location where the mundane one told them to perform the ritual for opening the rifts. He had given them details of how the place looked and how to reach there. The planet, however, is not without its dangers. They've been warned of the vanishing wind, an eerie phenomenon that sweeps across the surface unseen. Contact with this wind can displace any living being to an unknown location, a risk that adds a layer of peril to their journey. We need to be vigilant. The vanishing wind is invisible, unpredictable. Stick close and watch each other's backs, Gustav instructs, his leadership unquestioned. Using their natural speed to navigate the surroundings might prove more dangerous, so setting it aside was paramount. They proceed with caution, their senses heightened to the subtlest of cues. The planet's surface is a labyrinth of ruins, each step revealing that a civilization once thrived here. The silence is profound, broken only by the crunch of their boots on the desiccated soil. Hours pass as they navigate through the ruins, the sense of desolation deepening with every step. Despite the dangers, there's a beauty in the desolation, a reminder of the planet's vibrant past and the fleeting nature of existence. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, they arrive at a vast clearing. In its center stands an ancient structure, its architecture defying the ravages of time. This is the exit point, its presence almost mystical in the desolate surroundings. The monolithic structure was proof that they were in the right place, which meant that the time had finally arrived. "Are you guys ready?" Gustav asked them. "I didn't come all this way to back down now," Rhea voiced in response. "We're rescuing them both, and nothing can stop us," Eldris added with a tone of seriousness. Endrick only nodded in response, but one could see the chilling expression on his face. He rubbed the bracelet on his right wrist, causing it to emit a mild gleam. "I need all the help I can get on this," he said internally. "Endrick, the items," Gustav called out to him. Endrick, nodding, rummages through his personal storage space with a practiced ease, producing a collection of items that would seem bizarre to any onlooker, but are essential to their task. Among these are the horns of an unknown beast, curling into the air with a malevolent grace, the heart of a mixed blood, still and silent, and an assortment of personal items, including a piece of clothing and a comb. In a bit, they were floating before the endless void of space, ready to take on the repelling force before them. Gustav, with his dirty blonde hair framing a visage marked by determination, gazes out into the void, his mind racing with strategies and possibilities. Beside him, Endrick flexes his fingers, the air around them shimmering slightly as he prepares to wield his telekinesis. Eldris opened his eyes, reflecting the vastness of space, stands calm and composed. Rhea, muscles tensed and energy crackling at his fingertips, draws upon the distant power of a star. No one knew he was capable of this initially, but now wasn't the time to question him. Their mission is clear: breach the repellent force that stands between them and the dark, desiccated planet hidden at the center of the universe. A planet visible only to Gustav at this moment. Endrick flies forward first, and with a deep breath extends his hands. The space before them twists under the force of his telekinesis. Invisible strands of energy weave together, forming a lattice aimed at piercing the barrier. Yet, despite his efforts and the raw power at his command, the barrier remained. Endrick even tried letting his telekinesis go through the repelling force, but it was still the same result. "It's like pushing against the fabric of the universe itself," Endrick said, frustration lacing his voice. "There's no giving, no breaking point." Next, Rhea channels the energy he's drawn from the distant star, his body aglow with a fierce, incandescent light. With a roar that echoes through the vacuum of space, he launches himself forward, his fist aimed at the center. Even before he could make contact, the repelling force was already slowing him down. However, the strike was still immensely powerful. The impact sends ripples through space, a spectacle of light and energy that would awe any onlooker. Yet, there was no breach in the repelling force. Eldris transforms their surroundings into a colorless void. In this altered state, he attempts to weaken the repelling force or render it null. But as his powers reach out, they find no purchase, the repelling force existing beyond the reach of altercation. Eldris shakes his head in defeat. The others understood at this moment that abilities weren't working on the surroundings, but they still needed to keep trying. Hours pass as they regroup and reconsider, their powers unable to find a weakness in the repelling force. Gustav gazes into the distance, while multiple different options run through his mind. At this moment, he makes a conscious decision. From his storage space, he retrieves a golden and green boots, their appearance ancient, yet imbued with a power that feels alive, almost conscious. The Void Stepper, an artifact said to defy the limitations of movement and travel. What are those? Rhea asks, curiosity piqued by the boot's unmistakable aura. An old legend, Endrick replied while turning to stare at Gustav, who was strapping the boots onto his feet. They're said to step through the void itself, to travel where one wishes without regard for barriers or distances. He added. A silence falls over the group, a mixture of skepticism and hope as Gustav stands ready. Are you sure? Endrick asked Gustav. You're asking if I am sure about taking a step forward and finding myself within the epicenter instead of 3 galaxies away with half my body disintegrated? Nah, I'm not, Gustav answered with a poker face as opposed to his concern. Don't worry. I'll try not to overdo it, Gustav added before they could speak. Chapter 1471 enters the anomaly, yet we cannot ignore the signs, counters Lumina, a member whose wisdom is often sought in matters of the arcane. The celestial alignments speak of a truth we must acknowledge. The stars do not lie, and their message is clear. We face a threat that could unravel the very essence of Orion. It is much better to take seriously than end up like the Osis. The council descends into debate, with voices rising and falling like the tides. Some members dismiss the phenomenon as an unfounded basis for panic, arguing that their advanced knowledge and capabilities can withstand any challenge. Others, however, sense the weight of the prophecy and fear that dismissing it could lead to their downfall. As the discussions reach an impasse, the Archon raises a hand for silence. It is clear that we stand divided on this matter, they state, their voice calm but firm. However, we must act for the welfare of our people and our planet. There is one among us, a being of unparalleled insight and power, who can traverse the boundaries of our knowledge and seek the truth. Heads nod in agreement, the tension in the room easing at the mention of this revered figure. We speak of the Crackle, the Archon continues. Let us call upon them to investigate this disturbing phenomenon. Only then can we truly understand the nature of the threat and decide our course of action. The council members rise, their wings unfurling in a display of unity and resolve. In the unfathomable reaches of a dimension far beyond the confines of human understanding, there lies an expanse where the fabric of reality twists into configurations impossible to grasp. This realm, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, defies the very notions of space and time. It is a place where time does not flow, standing still in a perpetual now that stretches into infinity. The concept of distance here is equally elusive. Locations seem both infinitely far and unsettlingly close, creating an overwhelming sense of disorientation. The structure of this higher dimension exists in a state that can only be described as roundabout and yet hollow. It's as if the very essence of being is both condensed into a single point and dispersed across an endless void. The darkness that envelopes everything is not merely the absence of light, but a palpable entity that seems to consume any semblance of warmth or comfort. It whispers of forgotten ages and lost existences, filling the atmosphere with an eerie sense of ancientness and otherworldliness. Amidst this indescribable setting, 2 figures emerge, their presence an anomaly in the timeless expanse. One with dirty blonde hair and the other with hair as dark as the void around them. They stand as stark contrasts not only to each other, but to the very fabric of the dimension itself. Their arrival is silent, unnoticed by the unseen forces that dwell within the darkness, yet it is a bold defiance of the natural order of this place. The vicinity ahead of them, if one could even call it that in a place devoid of physical landmarks, appears as a fluctuating mirage. It is an area where the dense darkness seems to swirl with a purpose, hiding secrets that have never been witnessed by mortal eyes. Endrick lays out the items, forming a perimeter around a drawn runic circle. The runes, etched into the ground with a precision that speaks of ancient knowledge, seem to dance in the fading light, awaiting infusion of energy to awaken them from their slumber. They all step forward as Gustav directs them to stand at particular positions. Gustav and Eldris stand at opposite ends of the circle, their hands extended as they gathered energy that permeates this ancient. Rhea and Endrick move around the perimeter, ensuring each item resonates with the energy being channeled. As the ritual progresses, the air around them becomes charged, the boundary between the physical and the ethereal blurring. The runes start to glow, a soft light at first, growing in intensity with each passing moment until the circle becomes a beacon of pulsating energy. Endrick now, Gustav announces, his voice steady, a counterpoint to the storm of energy that rages around them. Endrick's forehead emits a bright green glow at this moment, causing the energy of the time candidate to spread across the vicinity. He currently wasn't making use of his telekinesis. Only Husarius was at work. The energy around them peaks, a crescendo of light and power that envelopes the group, the ancient items, and the runic circle in a dome of radiant energy. The heart of the mixed blood pulses once, a beat that resonates through the ground and into the very fabric of the universe. And then, as suddenly as it began, the energy recedes, the light dimming until only the glow of the runes remains. Thrigs, a violent ripping sound, suddenly resonates across the surroundings, and in the next moment, two rifts start to materialize, one on each side of the monolith. The rifts continuously extend, till they become large enough to form a passageway. Gustav, opening his eyes, looks around at his companions in the intensity of the moment. "We've done it. It is time to rescue them," Eldris voiced with a tone of seriousness. Rhea gulped saliva as this moment had been long anticipated. That one should lead to Falco, while this one leads to Angie. Gustav pointed at the one directly perpendicular to his location. "Which one do you want to take?" Endrick asked. This was a difficult question Gustav hadn't answered in weeks. He always said he would cross that bridge when he got here, and now they had finally gotten here, and yet he hesitated. "I don't know what Falco might have become, so despite this being a rescue, he is a threat. There should be lesser complications with Angie, so I should let them handle bringing her back instead of myself. I'll take on the bigger threat." So as not to jeopardize their safety, Gustav put the whole situation into retrospective view and made a conscious decision. "Are you sure about that?" The system inquired internally. "It's the best choice. Safer option for them," Gustav answered. The system bothered him no more afterwards, and Gustav decided to make his decision known. "I'll leave getting Angie back into the hands of you two." He pointed at Endrick and Eldris. He believed that with their capabilities they would be able to handle that much. "Rhea, you're with me," Gustav said while moving towards the left. "All right." Endrick nodded before heading towards the right. "Use the cloaking tool and try as much as possible not to attract any presence. The rift will only be open for 3 hours. Afterwards, anyone still within will be stuck in the other dimension forever," Gustav warned them with a tone of caution. "Then let us not waste another moment." Eldris peered forward in determination. Together, they stepped forward, leaving the ancient structure and the activated runic circle behind. The path before them is uncharted, a journey into that promises imminent danger and destruction, but yet they remain unfettered. In the far reaches of the cosmos, nestled within a constellation seldom gazed upon by human eyes, lies a planet unlike any other. This world, known to its inhabitants as Orion, is a marvel of natural beauty and ethereal landscapes. Its sky, a canvas of vibrant hues, reflects the diverse and rich life forms that call Orion home. Among these beings are the ethereals, a race distinguished by their luminous halo-like rings that float gracefully above their skulls and magnificent wings that unfurl with the colors of the dawn. The ethereals reside in a society governed by wisdom, harmony, and the pursuit of enlightenment. High-ranking members of this society often gather in a council, held in a location as breathtaking as their appearance, a floating citadel of light and crystal, suspended in the sky by ancient power known only to them. It is within this citadel that unfolds a council meeting unlike any before. As the meeting commences, the chamber is filled with the soft glow of the ethereal's halos, casting ethereal shadows on the walls. The council members, each representing different facets of ethereal society, are seated in a circle, their wings gently folded behind them. At the head of the circle sits the Archon, a figure of noble stature, whose halo shines with a brilliance that signifies their leadership. "Esteemed members of the council," the Archon begins, their voice echoing softly in the crystalline chamber. "We are gathered here to discuss a matter of grave concern. Reports have emerged from the edges of our solar system of a phenomenon that disturbs the very fabric of our reality. Whispers of an omen of destruction plague our people, stirring unrest and fear. A murmur of concern spreads among the council members, their halos flickering with unease. Surely we cannot lend credence to mere superstitions, argues Sraffel, a council member known for their rational mind and keen insights. Our ancestors have long taught us to seek explanations in the stars, not in the shadows of fear. Chapter 1472, Don't Ruin It, Author's Note. Unedited chapter now is not the time to be uncertain. Either you do it right now, or we're toast, he stated with a tone of urgency. This slap seemed to work as a wake-up call for Falco as he suddenly reclined his face, while energy began to gather around him. Find somewhere to hide, he suggested. Rhea and Gustav immediately distanced themselves from him and hid behind one of the massive pieces of dark rock in the distance. The air around them vibrates with a raw, unfathomable energy. Falco's eyes blaze with a fierce dark flames, and the spiky crown above his head flares with an intensity that outshines the eerie glow of the chains. He lets out a roar, a sound that carries the weight of captivity and the fury of a force long restrained. The power that ripples forth from him is not just immense. It's primordial, a fundamental force that this dimension had sought to bind but never truly tamed. In an instant, the restraints that coil around him, the sentient chains that leech his power, begin to shatter. The runes that once glowed with an ominous light start to dim, their hold weakening. One by one, the chains break, disintegrating into dust that is swept away by the shockwave of energy released. The massive rocks to which they were anchored tremble and crack, the very foundation of this realm shaking under the unleashed might. The ripple of power sweeps across the entirety of the dimension, causing the oppressive darkness to recoil and the whispering shadows to silence. It was like the darkness within this dimension was bending to his might and will. Within the desiccated and dark planet, the rift on the left side of the monolith suddenly thrummed, and out of it appeared a trio. Gustav and Rhea had returned with none other than Falco. Although he looked much different than normal, they had achieved their objective within the necessary time frame. Falco falls to his knees a moment later, causing the both of them to swiftly move to help him up. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a regular occurrence since I transitioned," Falco muttered as his body vibrated for a bit. "You sure you're going to be fine?" Gustav inquired. "Honestly, I feel you guys would have been better off leaving me in there. Now I pose a danger to everyone on this plane." Falco shook his head in worry. "Whatever happens, we'll figure it out." Gustav placed a hand on his shoulder with a look of determination. Falco wanted to share in his enthusiasm, but he was still very bothered. "Why haven't they returned yet?" Rhea voiced from the other end. The aim of these two figures seemed to be the infiltration of this zone, driven by motives known only to themselves. The sensation of being in this dimension was nothing short of overwhelming. The absence of time renders every moment eternal, every second a lifetime of experience. The eerie silence is broken only by the sound of their own movements, which seem muffled and distant in the dense atmosphere. The air is thick with an unnameable essence, making every breath an effort and every step a venture into the unknown. Web-like threads spread with every single movement, causing their faces to twist with worry. As they advance, the reality around them seems to react, shifting and morphing in ways that challenge comprehension. Shapes that cannot be shapes flicker in the periphery of their vision, and sounds that cannot be sounds echo through the void. It feels as though the dimension itself is both aware and unaware of their presence. Emerging from the swirling vortex of darkness, Gustav and Falco find themselves within a realm that defies logic. They are surrounded by gargantuan rocky structures, each floating in the void, yet connected by chains longer and more massive than any skyscraper conceived by human imagination. These chains, forged from an unknown material, shimmer with an ethereal light, casting eerie shadows that dance across the void. The darkness here is alive, pulsating with a malevolent energy that seems to watch and whisper. As they cautiously navigate this surreal landscape, their eyes are drawn to a distant figure. This being, humanoid yet distinctly otherworldly, stands in stark contrast against the oppressive darkness. A massive, dark wing extends from its left side, unfurling into the void with a regal yet ominous presence. Above its head, a spiky crown pulses with power so intense it distorts the air around it. Drawing closer, they observe the being's inhumane characteristics. Eyes that glow with an internal fire, skin etched with glowing runes of ancient power, and limbs that blend the elegance of a deity with the ferocity of a creature born from darkness. Most strikingly, the being is bound by restraints that appear almost sentient, coiling around its form and anchoring it to the surrounding floating rocks. Despite the skin of this being looking like tar, Gustav's eyes squinted in suspicion. They soon arrived in clear view of the being, who seemed to be struggling with his eyes closed, occasionally wriggling and writhing in pain not visible to the naked eyes. As they drew closer, they realized that this being indeed bears facial similarities with their friend. "Falco," Gustav whispered. The realization hits them with a mix of relief and urgency. He looks very different." Ria gazed at the part of his face that elongated into an upside-down V structure. "Yes, but why is he restrained?" Gustav's gaze locked on the coils that bound Falco in place. "If his father is truly who I think he is, why would he bind his son?" Gustav's concern grew as he observed the surroundings. "Can you hear us?" calls out the Ria, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence. The bound being's eyes flickered, opened at this moment. His pupils dilated as the coils suddenly thrummed with unprecedented energy. "Eh-ha-ha!" The being screamed in excruciating pain as a throng of darkness burst forth. Bang! Bang! Gustav and Ria were instantly blasted backwards with intensity. The dimension shimmered and pulsated from the sudden discharge, spreading to every nook and cranny, causing the other beings within to worry. Gustav managed to put a protective layer of energy around himself and Ria before they got hit, but even at that, they were both bleeding from their orifices. Gustav's ears were ringing so badly that it affected even his vision. His body began to slowly regenerate, but he couldn't imagine just how much it would have affected Ria, since even he was hit this badly. "Gus! Gus!" HS could faintly hear his name being called, but it wasn't coming from Ria, who was beside him. The bound being's eyes flicker with recognition, and a voice, deep and resonant, yet strained by confinement, fills their surroundings. "Gus! Gustav! You came for me. Falco, is it really you?" Gustav wiped the blood off his face while drawing closer. The bound being nods in response. Don't call me any closer. I don't want to hurt you." His voice distorted multiple times as he spoke. His disillusioned look slowly rescinded as he seemed to have completely gained consciousness. "We're getting you out of here," Gustav declares, his resolve steeling. The moment Gustav touches one of the coils, his hand turned thin and fleshy, like life was being sapped from it. He quickly retreats. "Just tell us how to get rid of these restraints." Falco's gaze shifts to the chains, and then back to them. These are not mere physical bindings. They are forged from the essence of this dimension, a manifestation of its will to contain what it cannot control. Rhea seemed to be coming around at this point. He and Gustav exchange a determined glance, understanding the gravity of their task. They must not only contend with the physical act of freeing their friend, but also engage in a battle against the very essence of the dimension. I could use Kohelia, but that would pretty much ruin our cloak. He will be aware of our presence if I do that. As Gustav contemplates their next move, the air around them begins to thicken, and the whispers in the dark grow louder, more menacing. It is clear that something or someone was coming. You two need to leave. They always come to inspect me after a surge. Go. Falco yelled with a look of urgency. We are not leaving you here. You are coming with us. Rhea tried to touch the restraints with rocks wrapping around hands, and they all disintegrated upon contact. Listen, Falco, it took a lot to get here. After everything we have done to reach this point, giving up isn't an option. These restraints are trying to hold back your power, right? But have you really tried to free yourself from them? Gustav's question caused a hint of worry to appear on Falco's face. Imma need you to unleash everything you've got, so we can get out of here, Gustav urges Falco, while scanning the surroundings. I don't think that is a good idea. Falco shakes his head from side to side. Pa. Gustav landed a slap on Falco's face and pulled his head closer. Chapter 1473. Mesothelioma. Do not unlock. I was trying to get Epheve off our back. That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically, after me, Gustav clarified. Epheve. That's a weird name, Rhea stated bluntly. You should hear the name of the cosmic, superior, faceless one. Gustav wondered what Rhea would call that if he knew of it. I tried to get him to help us take Epheve off our case, Gustav added. Any luck with that? Eldris inquired. Nah. He said he can't do that. It isn't the way of the faceless. Whatever that means, Gustav responded. Bummer, Rhea mumbled. He mentioned something else. Gustav paused for a bit with a disturbed expression. He said the reason Epheve keeps getting to us is because he has a piece of his hair, Gustav revealed. What does his hair have to do with this? Rhea questioned. Cosmic superiority beings are linked. So he uses the cosmic strand to link us and locates us each time, Gustav explained. Gustav watched as shock plastered all over Rhea and Eldris' faces after his revelation. Is there any way we can get it from him? Eldris asked. Even if we did, we would still have this loop problem. Gustav shook his head softly. Isn't Endrick taking care of that at the moment? Rhea said while looking around. There's no guarantee that he will find it. A plan began formulating in Gustav's head immediately after he spoke. I have an... Before Gustav could complete his sentence, space pulsated rhythmically up ahead. They all turned to stare in the northeast direction in horror. He's here, Eldris stated. Endrick. Gustav yelled and vanished. Fuhom, he reappeared atop the spacecraft and reached out to grab Endrick, who was floating while emitting a powerful green glow from his figure. Earth, within a broad space, lay an exemplar of sophistication and high-class design. Its expansive dimensions were accentuated by the minimalist, yet opulent decor, where the interplay of natural light and shadows cast a serene ambience, conducive to focused deliberation. The room was encased in panels of dark, rich mahogany, their polished surfaces reflecting the subdued lighting from the elegant, recessed ceiling fixtures, creating an atmosphere of warmth and exclusivity. At the heart of the boardroom lay a grand, elongated table, its surface a flawless expanse of gleaming, jet-black marble. There was no question that the imposing centerpiece commanded respect, its sleek, reflective top mirroring the solemn expressions of those seated around it. Around the table, figures clad in authoritative uniforms convened, their attire a testament to their positions of power within the MBO. Medals and insignias symbols of achievements and rank, glinted under the soft lighting, adding a touch of solemnity and pride to the gathering. "What is this talk about sending more of our officers to the Alliance?" The officer backing the ceiling-high window that offered a breathtaking view of the city skyline voiced in bafflement. "It was requested by the Alliance to capture the fugitive, Gustav Crimson," General Chell answered from the other end. "They have enough forces. It is unwise for us to give more," another general voiced his opinion. Other planets agreed, so it would be odd if we decided not to, General Chell responded. "Yes, capturing Gustav Crimson should be the #1 priority," another officer agreed with General Chell. "With all due respect, we have already put a lot of resources into capturing Gustav Crimson. At this point, we are starting to neglect that there are bigger issues to take care of right here on our planet and not out there in the stars," Commander Zanatus, who was also present, stated with a respectful yet assertive tone. "We have enough forces to handle whatever is on the ground just as much as what is in the sky," General Chell responded. "Not according to recent data." Another officer shook their head while putting up a bunch of holographic statistics. The meeting seemed to be split between two sides. One side was with General Chell, while the other side disagreed with him. "Grand Commander Cheyenne, what is your take on this?" Commander Zanatus said to an aged-looking man with a diamond shard in his forehead. "Enough with the bickering. The Grand Commanders will decide on this later. For now, this meeting is adjourned," Grand Commander Cheyenne stated with an authoritative tone. Minutes after the meeting came to an end, General Chell approached Grand Commander Cheyenne. "We need to make a move now, or we are going to lose Gustav to the Draconites," he stated. "What do you mean by that?" Grand Commander Cheyenne inquired with a suspicious expression. "They employed a very powerful entity to capture him." "Who?" Amidst the serenity of space, where stars twinkled like distant lighthouses guiding the wanderers of the cosmos, a spacecraft, its design unconventional with a distinct pentagon shape, could be spotted floating in place. Atop this vessel were two remarkable-looking figures. The first figure, an individual with curly black hair, floated slightly above the vessel. On his forehead, a green glowing dot pulsed with an ethereal light, marking him as someone of significant power and mystique. Around him, an aura of formidable energy emanated, pushing against the very fabric of space, distorting the area with an invisible force. His eyes were focused, reflecting a resolve that was both calming and intimidating. Beside him, the second figure with dirty blonde hair exuded a different kind of significance. The individual carried a weight in their demeanor, a target of unimaginable value. It was that figure that beckoned the extraordinary, drawing forth the presence of divinity. Without warning, the space before the spacecraft distorted, a rippling effect that heralded the arrival of the entity with crimson, tree-like hair. It materialized with silent grace, floating before the vessel, its hair billowing in an unseen cosmic wind. The entity's appearance was mesmerizing, its hair glowing with a deep, rich hue that contrasted starkly against the backdrop of space. The moment of confrontation was electric, charged with an unseen tension that gripped the void. Endrick's eyes remained closed, almost like he was lost in a trance. Gustav reached out to touch him, but the energy that emanated from Endrick's figure repelled his hand. With the Epheve right before him, Gustav decided to make a last-minute decision. In a bold move, he launched himself into the vacuum of space, propelling away from the spacecraft in the opposite direction. His movement was swift, a desperate bid to draw the crimson-haired being away, sacrificing his safety since he seemed to be headed back for the dead man zone. The faceless one stood in place for a bit, seemingly confounded, but soon his gaze shifted, locking onto the fleeing figure with an intensity that belied its serene appearance. With a fluid motion, it gave chase, moving through space with an ease that defied physics. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure morphed as he wove through asteroids and debris, pushing his limits in a desperate bid to outrun the faceless one even though he knew it was impossible. He aimed to get Epheve as far away from the spacecraft as possible so the others could get out of there, and the only chance he felt he had at achieving this was by heading back to the dead man zone that made it impossible for any being of matter to pass through. Fwish, they both transcend unimaginable speed as Epheve closes in on him. Meanwhile, back on the spacecraft, and Drick suddenly opened his eyes. "I found the focal point," he voiced before blinking. Twice he reappeared within the spacecraft that was already veering forward with Eldris taking charge. "Where is Gustav?" Endrick inquired with a slightly befuddled look. "We need to get out of here now, or he won't be safe," Eldris stated before powering up the hyperjump. Endrick's face lit up in realization as the recent events played out in his head. "Husarius, why didn't you tell me?" He yelled out. Breaking concentration would have prevented us from finding the focal point, Husarius answered without an ounce of remorse, while the spacecraft turned into a line that streaked forward with intensity. On the outside, Gustav closed in on a massive net wriggling with violent throngs of energy. "I know what you are planning. I won't let you," the voice of the faceless one thrummed across space as it suddenly accelerated. Fusum, before Gustav could reach the net, Epheve reached him. Gustav tried to evade, but Epheve caught him by the neck and held him in place as Gustav struggled powerlessly. "Now I have you." His voice reached Gustav's hearing once more, even though he wasn't speaking. "Do you?" A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face as he stared at a countdown. 1. A burst of sky-blue light suddenly emanated from his wrist, completely consuming his figure. Gustav vanished in the next moment, causing Epheve's hand to close in on nothing. No. Although Epheve was faceless, one could sense the frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. Chapter 1474. Old, you do not unlock Jack. The strongest mixed blood before he reversed time. The world had trembled at that time with so much destruction. Gustav was frozen in disbelief and horror. Angie was the infamous being cloaked in light and darkness. A torrent of emotions overwhelmed him, a tumultuous storm that threatened to tear him apart from the inside. How could the entire MBO come to fear someone he cherished? How could Angie, with her gentle heart, become a symbol of terror? Amidst his turmoil, Angie charged towards him, her movements a blur of conflicting energies. Every instinct in Gustav's body screamed for him to defend himself, to prepare for the impending strike. But as she closed the distance, something miraculous happened. Inches away from him, Angie halted her own attack. With a visible struggle, she grasped her other hand, fighting against the darkness that sought to control her. "Gustav!" she called out, her voice a mixture of pain and desperation. Black tears streaked down her face, a poignant reflection of the battle raging within her. Gustav, still reeling from the shock, found a reservoir of strength he didn't know he possessed. He saw not the feared entity that stood before the world, but his girlfriend, tormented and torn by her own nature. Without a word, he closed the distance between them, pulling Angie into a fierce embrace. The warmth of his arms around her seemed to be the only real thing in this dimension of shadows and light. "Angie," he whispered, his voice steady yet laden with emotion. "I've got you." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The higher dimension, with its eerie landscape and oppressive atmosphere, faded into the background. All that mattered was their connection. Angie's body tensed in his arms, the internal struggle evident. Yet, as she leaned into his embrace, there was a sense of surrender, a momentary peace amidst the storm. I'm so scared, Gustav," she managed to say, her voice breaking. "I don't want to hurt you." Gustav tightened his hold, a silent vow to protect her from the darkness that sought to claim her. "It will be fine. You will be fine, he assured her, his determination unwavering. Gustav and Angie shared a moment of profound sea as Angie's visage shifted between light and darkness. Her features began to glitch, distorting in an eerie display of her fractured existence. Her face, once a harmonious blend of her dual nature, now fluctuated uncontrollably, mirroring the internal turmoil that tore through her. It was as if the very fabric of her being was rejecting itself, a terrifying spectacle that left Endrik and Ealdris frozen in horror. "Angie, are you?" Endrik began, his concern morphing into fear as Angie's eyes fixed on them with an intensity that burned with unrecognizable emotions. Without warning, Angie lunged forward, her movements erratic and disjointed, like a marionette jerked by unseen strings. Her attack was swift, a blur of light and shadow that bore down on Ealdris and Endrik with the ferocity of a storm. Endrik reacted instantly, his instincts honed from countless battles kicking in. He conjured a telekinetic wall, a barrier of concentrated energy, hoping to buffer the assault. However, Angie's palm strike, charged with an unfathomable force, shattered the defense as if it were glass. The impact sent both Endrik and Ealdris flying. However, Endrik had taken the hit directly, so he was more affected. His body cut through the air before crashing into the distance, blood trailing from his lips. Ealdris, who wasn't fast enough to save Endrik, faced Angie's wrath as she conjured a dark blade, a manifestation of her turmoil, and charged in his direction. As the blade descended towards him, he tapped into his bloodline, draining the color and essence from the weapon in a desperate attempt to neutralize the attack. Krrryyhh, the blade fragmented upon contact, but the force behind her thrust unleashed an energy so potent that Ealdris was hurled across the air, bleeding profusely from the shockwave that ravaged his body. Boom! Both figures lay battered, the realization dawning on them that they were no match for Angie in her current state. She advanced, her form glitching with every step, a terrifying specter poised to erase their very existence from this plane. It was at this moment, in the face of utter annihilation, that the air itself seemed to warp, and Gustav appeared between them and Angie. His arrival was marked by a surge of energy, his arm transformed, encased in silvery scales that emitted vibrant glows of power. With a roar that echoed through the dimension, he launched a decisive strike at Angie. The force of his attack collided with her, blasting her back with such intensity that it momentarily halted her assault. The air vibrated with the impact, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards, a testament to Gustav's might. Gustav wasted no time, rushing to Ealdris and Endrik's side. "Are you both all right?" he asked, his voice laced with urgency and concern. Endrik, struggling to his feet with Gustav's support, coughed, wiping the blood from his mouth. "That was unexpected," he managed to say, his voice weak. Ealdris, equally battered, nodded in agreement, his eyes on Gustav's transformed arm. "That is Angie. She isn't herself," he revealed, the defeat heavy in his voice. As Ealdris' words pierced the charged atmosphere, Gustav's world came to a jarring halt. The revelation that the being before them, the entity that had become a harbinger of fear across the globe, was none other than Angie, struck him with a force greater than any physical blow. The realization dawned on him with the weight of 1,000 stars collapsing into a black hole. Angie, the first girl to ever show him what love was supposed to feel like. Gustav's gaze softened as he looked towards Angie, who was slowly regaining her composure, her form still glitching between darkness and light. Angie, this gentle soul he knew, was the same being who had appeared on Earth twice in the last couple of months, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. He remembered it spread across the MBO, about how this half-white, half-black figure had laid down Grand Commander Cheyenne with an ease that sent shivers down the spine of the entire organization. He recalled how she went toe-to-toe with Ascension, their embrace, a sanctuary from the chaos surrounding them, culminated in an electric kiss, a symbol of their defiance against the darkness that sought to claim Angie. As their lips met, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. The dark, malevolent side of Angie, which had threatened to overwhelm her, started to retract, as if the purity of their connection was a light too bright for the shadows to endure. However, this moment of triumph was short-lived. The fabric of the dimension itself seemed to tremble as a new presence made its entrance. Emerging from the void was a being cloaked in flowing dark robes, a figure so imbued with darkness that the air around them thickened, heavy with a palpable sense of dread. His face could not be seen, but his presence and unfathomable dark power could be very much felt. "Ezriovi Fasvi Yuvi," he uttered in a strange tongue, his voice resonating with a power that seemed to command the very essence of the dimension. At his words, the darkness responded, bending to his will with a terrifying obedience. Beneath Gustav, Eldris, and Endrick, the carpet of darkness that had mirrored the void above suddenly shifted, becoming a trap that ensnared them. They found themselves sunk halfway into the dark matter, immobilized, as the terrain had become a prison designed to hold them captive. In the midst of this turmoil, Angie's demeanor shifted dramatically. The struggle and emotion that had just moments ago played across her face vanished, replaced by a listless, vacant expression. With a heart-wrenching detachment, she pulled away from Gustav's embrace and took her place beside the dark-robed being, as if drawn by an unseen force beyond her control. Gustav, Eldris, and Endrick struggled against their bonds, their efforts futile as they found themselves unable to move or even channel their bloodline powers. It was as if the very essence of their abilities had been nullified, leaving them powerless in the face of this new adversary. "You have no power here," the dark-robed being reminded Gustav, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The statement hung in the air, a declaration of absolute control over the realm and its unwilling visitors. "Is it?" Eldris asked in horror as he panted, since the darkness seemed to be incredibly choking. Gustav shook his head. He knew very well that this person was powerful, but also knew that it wasn't him. "Thank you for delivering yourself to our doorstep, outworldly. I am sure you do not remember me, but we will have ample time to catch up since you will be trapped in her forever." The being spoke with a tone of familiarity. Gustav's frustration boiled over, his sense of helplessness clashing with his need to protect Angie and his friends. Chapter 1275, 100% Confirmed. Captain Strum felt like he was hit by a moving orbital body as two of his arms uprooted from his body after receiving the fist from Gustav. Blood jetted out like a fountain as he slammed into the far end of the barrier, breaking straight through all the layers and continuously shooting out into space. Why? Gustav's figure vanished, and he reappeared in space hundreds of feet before Captain Strum's body, which was still shooting forward. He gathered energy in his right arm as he arched it backwards, while clenching his fist tightly. His fist was coated in a golden and pinkish glow as he drove it forward at Captain Strum's approaching body. Boom! Space parted as Gustav's fist sent ripples across the endless expanse of darkness the moment it collided with Captain Strum. Bang! 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 That east stars in the distance got snuffed out from the destructive wave of energy that spread forth from Gustav's fist as Captain Strum shot downwards like a dying star. Through his body shot across the solar system as it descended towards the ninth disk. All of his limbs uprooted from his body as he fell unconscious even before he hit the battle stage. Boom! The battle stage got blasted to smithereens the moment Captain Strum came into contact with it, sending another wave of destructive ripples across the vicinity. Fly! Gustav reappeared in the stage at this moment as time came to a standstill again. He deactivated cosmic superiority at this point to make sure it wouldn't be active when time went back to normal. The glow emitted from Encore slowly whit-led as its figure began to disintegrate. Time stopped reversing, and everything that seemed to be in an illusionary state started solidifying. Strum had reverse time to the point where he just activated the full power of his encore and was tossing Gustav around like a dirt beat. 8G. AS time went back to normal functionality. The scene that the spectators would be witnessing was Gustav getting beat up. However, the moment time resumed, the entire stage suddenly appeared destroyed, and the scene the spectators were initially witnessing glitched. Like a video game playback, the spectators were completely astonished as they stared at the discredited stage. One unconscious figure was completely laid on the ground with missing limbs, while another was standing before the unconscious one with an unbothered expression. Dash, what the hell just happened? Dash, Captain Crimson, was taking a beating, and all of a sudden, Captain Strum is defeated. Dash, he looks bloodied and battered too. Dash, his encore is gone too? This doesn't make any sense. Dash, how did this happen? The spectators were in an utter state of confusion, not recalling the events that played out after this point of the battle. Only a few spectators, like the council lords and Miss, stared at the stage with looks of understanding, but they still remained astonished. The kid has truly grown more powerful than I realized. Miss Amy muttered. HM? Young Miss, I sense time manipulation on a higher scale. What did we miss? Grand Commander questioned from the side. You didn't see it? Miss Amy asked with a slightly surprised tone. Grand Commander Cheyenne was an alpha, so she had expected that even if he couldn't be completely immune to time-related abilities, he would at least be able to perceive the events ongoing during time manipulation and have memories of the original timeline. I can only faintly sense that time has been altered on a large scale, but I have no recollection of how things exactly went. Grand Commander Cheyenne responded. Maybe this is a good thing. They will remain unaware that Gustav is a cosmic superior being. Miss Amy was still surprised that someone as young as Strum was able to pull this off with an alpha lacking memories of the original timeline, but she decided to use this to Gustav's advantage. She proceeded to narrate to Grand Commander Cheyenne the events that played out while skipping the mention of Gustav's use of cosmic superiority. She didn't give him any explanation as to how Gustav was immune to time manipulation, which made the Grand Commander even more confused. But Miss Amy would rather leave him in confusion than let the Earth be aware of Gustav's cosmic superiority until the kid was ready to reveal it himself. Dash Strum lost? But how? Dash, the Earth's captain, seems to have broken out of his time manipulation. Dash, but how is this even possible? The Draconid spectators area was in shambles as well. Bronze midily clenched her fist so tightly a popping sound rang out. Even after everything, he still lost, she voiced with a chilly tone. That kid, the Earth's captain, he is a cosmic superior being. Anyone would have lost. The other's prestigious-looking fellow beside Bronze midily voiced out. Why did you stop me from interfering? No one would have noticed if I did. She turned to stare at the Draken beside her with a look of anguish. It was a battle between the two youngsters. Oldies like us are not meant to interfere. It would be a disgrace to our great planet if we were to interfere in such matters, the Draken voiced with a dismissive tone. Also, we are not the only ones who are aware of what went down, another male Draken voiced from the side while staring in the direction of Earth's spectators' area. Bronze midily gnashed her teeth while peering forward with a look of hatred. How dare that Earthling do this to my son, Gustav Crimson, planet Earth. Wins, 1,200 points attained amidst the confused gazes of the millions of spectators. Gustav exited the stage and walked towards the Earth's participants' area. Dash, don't get me wrong. I'm glad Captain Crimson won, but what the fuck just happened? Dash beats me. I don't understand a thing. Even the Earth spectators area was full of confused people. Gustav's fellow team members were not left out of this confusion. Wow, what did you do, Gus? He questioned the moment Gustav arrived before them. Long story. You all just can't remember because of Strum time-related abilities. Gustav heaved a sigh of fatigue as he took a seat. He had expended a lot of energy to win that battle and almost depleted his Yarki in the process. Yarki would have been long depleted if it wasn't mixed with the other ability Gustav unlocked after becoming a parallel being. "Good job, big brother," Endrik voiced from the side. "You saw it." Gustav questioned, but instantly arrived at the answer before Endrik responded. "Time candidate perks," Gustav voiced. Endrik mouth hung loosely for a bit before he answered, "Yes." "Oh, Endrik knows what happened." "Endrik, tell us, we're confused," spit out Man. The group quickly clustered around Endrik, who eventually decided to give them a brief analysis of what happened while leaving a lot of parts out. The versus battle challenge continued while the spectators still couldn't get Gustav and Strum's battle out of their heads and kept trying to find answers as to what happened. "Big brother, I noticed something." Endrik approached Gustav. What is it?" Gustav questioned. "They witnessed it too," Endrik answered. "By they, do you mean?" Gustav glanced at Endrik with an expression of concern. Endrik nodded in response, despite the fact that Gustav didn't complete his question. They're not supposed to be able to. This might be a problem." Gustav caressed his chin with a contemplative expression as he muttered. "Did you uncover anything about them last night?" Gustav asked. "Aye, not yet. I'm still looking." Endrik stuttered a little before responding. "You figured something out, didn't you?" Gustav's tone instantly turned suspicious. "I really am still looking into it. I have pieced what I saw together yet, and no, you can't help me do that. I have to confirm if I'm looking in the right direction first, so I don't mince information," Endrik answered with a sincere tone. All right, do let me know when you figured it out," Gustav stated while turning to stare in the direction of Indulus Prime participants. Indulus Prime participants stood together in place with their pitch-black eyes on display, as usual. Their expression remained unknown due to the wraps of bandage, like clothing covering the entirety of their figures. 100% confirmed, one of them voiced out. "It was just as I suspected," Captain Iron voiced with a tone of anticipation. "We have finally uncovered the outworldly," while they exchanged a few words over there. Endrik stood in place with a disturbed expression on his face as his forehead glowed with green light. "You told me everything was okay. How could this be?" Endrik yelled internally. "No, I told you that going on that mission would increase the chances of averting great calamity in his future, which was correct," Husarius answered. "Then what the hell did I see last night?" Endrik asked. "A better future compared to how things would have gone if you didn't act at all," Husarius replied. "You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen." Chapter 1476. These Beautiful Things. Do not unlock as their spacecraft sliced through the velvet expanse of space, leaving behind the tumultuous events that had unfolded at the center of the universe. A quiet realization dawned upon Gustav and the others. The spacecraft's onboard calendar and time system, which had been synchronized with the standard galactic chronometer, revealed a startling discrepancy. The hours they had perceived to have spent navigating the chaotic other plane and confronting the mysteries of the center were, in reality, 3 weeks in the external universe. This revelation hung heavily in the air. It also bore grave implications. If someone from the Alliance sent a thief and he had been waiting for us there for that long, it means that the Alliance most likely knows where we are, Gustav voiced in realization. The realization that their adversaries had been granted such an advantage cast a shadow of caution over their journey. They understood that their movements henceforth would be scrutinized, fraught with the danger of confrontation with forces gathered specifically to thwart them. Falco furrowed his brows in confusion at the mention of the Alliance and the apparent bounty on Gustav's head. "Just what happened while I was away?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The time spent in the other plane, which amounted to a year over here, had wrought significant changes. Changes he was now struggling to comprehend. Gustav, sensing Falco's confusion and the need for clarity, decided it was time to shed light on the events that had transpired. About a year ago, after our return from Aesop, Gustav began with a steady voice. In the vast, uncharted expanse of space, where stars twinkled like distant beacons and planets spun silently in their celestial dance, a fleet of spacecraft cruised with purpose. Each vessel, visibly formidable, bore the marks of advanced technology and untold power. The flotilla moved as one, a synchronized ballet of metal and might, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Within these spacecraft, the corridors hummed with the activity of beings from countless worlds. Despite their varied origins and the diversity of their appearances, from the tall, willowy figures with skin like the night sky to the rugged, stone-like creatures whose eyes glowed with inner fire, all were united under a common banner. They were clad in uniform outfits of silver, gray, and blue, the colors merging and shifting with a subtlety that spoke of high craftsmanship. Emblazoned on their chests was an emblem of profound significance, a hand cradling universe, its spiral galaxies and nebulae nestled securely in the palm, a symbol of their oath to protect and serve the vast cosmos they called home. These were fleets from the Alliance Corps. Amidst the soft hum of the ship's engines and the quiet chatter of its crew, one of the commanders, a figure of imposing stature with skin that shimmered like the surface of a star, stepped forward. Her eyes, piercing and clear, reflected the depths of space itself. She approached the communication panel with a sense of urgency, her fingers dancing across the holographic interface to activate the general comms link, connecting her to every ship in the fleet. Attention, all units. Whatever this is, it's going to destroy everything. Falco nodded, his expression grim. There's no point in staying here, and there is nothing to save. We have to leave immediately. The urgency of the situation left no room for debate. They gathered closer, preparing to escape the dying world. Gustav grabbed Eldris, while Falco grabbed Rhea. Violently pushing upwards with their legs, they cut through the air with immense speed, disappearing into the orbit. In a few moments, they appeared in outer space, floating before the charred and desiccated planet. Zing and Drick appeared beside them as they turned around to give the planet a lingering stare. The planet convulsed in its final moments. The dark mist surged with renewed vigor, enveloping everything in its path. The trembling of the ground reached a crescendo. They witnessed the planet's disintegration. From a safe distance, they watched as the world that had been their link to an otherwise disappointing rescue crumbled into ash. The planet's final moments were both horrific and mesmerizing. As the last remnants of the planet vanished into the void, a heavy silence fell over the group. The loss of an entire world, even one as desolate and forsaken as this, was a sobering reminder of the strength of the forces they were messing with. Just on the cusp of leaving the orbit, at the very edge of the center of the universe, an event unfolded that defied all logic and reason, a phenomenon so surreal that it momentarily stilled the chaos of their thoughts and the ache in their hearts. Before their disbelieving eyes, the planet they had witnessed disintegrate into nothingness, consumed by a dark mist that heralded its doom, reappeared as if reborn from the ashes of its destruction. It was as though the universe itself had hit a reset button, presenting the planet in its original state, untouched by the cataclysmic forces that had ravaged its surface. The rifts that had torn the fabric of reality, the dark mist that had spread like a plague, all were gone, erased from existence. The group stood in stunned silence, their minds grappling with impossible reality unfolding before them. The planet, with its desiccated landscapes and remnants of ancient civilizations, was exactly as they had found it upon their arrival, barren yet whole. How? How is this possible? Eldris murmured in astonishment. I don't understand, Rhea added, his eyes wide with disbelief. We saw it. It was gone. Falco scanned the horizon, his gaze piercing the void where the planet had vanished and reappeared. "The rifts are gone. There is no sign of my father's influence as well," he stated, his tone reflective. As they pondered the unfathomable resurrection of the planet, a strange twist of fate revealed itself. The planet, a solid, tangible presence to them moments ago, vanished from their view, disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. They all witnessed its disappearance except for Gustav. To his eyes, the planet remained visible, a ghostly image that hovered on the brink of reality and illusion. "I can still see it," Gustav announced, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and realization. It turned out that the planet just went back to bordering on existence and non-existence. "We can't linger on this," Endrick finally said, breaking the spell of bewilderment that had enveloped them. "We need to get back to our spacecraft, refresh and replan." They agreed with him and turned around to leave once more. As they made their way back, the repelling force surrounding the center of the universe did not hinder them, since it was only there to keep things out and not in. As the spacecraft loomed in the distance, a palpable shift in the atmosphere halted their progress. The surroundings trembled, not with the seismic activities of a planet, but with the presence of a force that seemed to distort the very fabric of space around them. Emerging from the ether, a figure materialized, its presence commanding yet devoid of any discernible features save for the unmistakable crimson, tree-like hair that flowed and flickered like flames in a non-existent breeze. This being, faceless and imposing, exuded a power that felt ancient and unfathomable, its eyes non-existent yet undeniably fixed upon them. Gustav, already burdened by the emotional weight of recent occurrences, felt a surge of irritation at this new challenge. His patience frayed, and his voice carried a dangerous edge as he addressed Epheve. "We've been through enough. Leave us in peace or I'll destroy you," he threatened, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The faceless being, undeterred by Gustav's words, responded not with speech but with action. With a deliberate charge, it unleashed an energy so potent it rippled across the vast expanse of outer space, distorting the light of distant stars and sending a wave of foreboding through their minds. Falco unexpectedly stepped forward with unfathomable speed. With a swift motion, he launched himself at the faceless adversary, his fist imbued with the power of darkness, so profound it caused the universe itself to swirl in response. The collision of forces was cataclysmic, a spectacle of power that reverberated through the cosmos. The impact sent the faceless being hurtling through space, its form streaking across the void like a comet gone awry. It ripped through the fabric of multiple stars, causing cracks in space as it streaked through galaxies while its form slowly broke apart, leaving a trail of cosmic destruction in its wake. The force of Falco's punch was so incredibly unbelievable. It seemed like a different person was standing before Gustav. The group stared at him in awe as they witnessed the aftermath. Falco, turning back to face Gustav, offered a nod of reassurance, his expression unreadable, yet conveying a sense of unwavering resolve. "Let's go," he suggested. "Yeah, you're going to need to explain what the hell that was," Rhea voiced in adoration. Falco nodded once more as they resumed their path to the spacecraft. Chapter 1477, Im Smarter, do not unlock this. Whatever this is, it's going to destroy everything. Falco nodded, his expression grim. "There's no point in staying here, and there is nothing to save. We have to leave immediately." The urgency of the situation left no room for debate. They gathered closer, preparing to escape the dying world. Gustav grabbed Eldris, while Falco grabbed Rhea. Violently pushing upwards with their legs, they cut through the air with immense speed, disappearing into the orbit. In a few moments, they appeared in outer space, floating before the charred and desiccated planet. Zing, Endrick appeared beside them as they turned around to give the planet a lingering stare. The planet convulsed in its final moments. The dark mist surged with renewed vigor, enveloping everything in its path. The trembling of the ground reached a crescendo. They witnessed the planet's disintegration. From a safe distance, they watched as the world that had been their link to an otherwise disappointing rescue crumbled into ash. They witnessed the planet's disintegration. From a safe distance, they watched as the world that had been their link to an otherwise disappointing rescue crumbled into ash. The planet's final moments were both horrific and mesmerizing. As the last remnants of the planet vanished into the void, a heavy silence fell over the group. The loss of an entire world, even one as desolate and forsaken as this, was a sobering reminder of the strength of the forces they were messing with. Just on the cusp of leaving the orbit, at the very edge of the center of the universe, an event unfolded that defied all logic and reason, a phenomenon so surreal that it momentarily stilled the chaos of their thoughts and the ache in their hearts. Before their disbelieving eyes, the planet they had witnessed disintegrate into nothingness, consumed by a dark mist that heralded its doom, reappeared as if reborn from the ashes of its destruction. It was as though the universe itself had hit a reset button, presenting the planet in its original state, untouched by the cataclysmic forces that had ravaged its surface. The rifts that had torn the fabric of reality, the dark mist that had spread like a plague, all were gone, erased from existence. The group stood in stunned silence, their minds grappling with the impossible reality unfolding before them. The planet, with its desiccated landscapes and remnants of ancient civilizations, was exactly as they had found it upon their arrival, barren yet whole. How? How is this possible? Eldris murmured in astonishment. I don't understand, Rhea added, his eyes wide with disbelief. We saw it. It was gone. Falco scanned the horizon, his gaze piercing the void where the planet had vanished and reappeared. The rifts are gone. There is no sign of my father's influence as well, he stated, his tone reflective. As they pondered the unfathomable resurrection of the planet, a strange twist of fate revealed itself. The planet, a solid, tangible presence to them moments ago, vanished from their view, disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. They all witnessed its disappearance except for Gustav. To his eyes, the planet remained visible, a ghostly image that hovered on the brink of reality and illusion. I can still see it, Gustav announced, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and realization. It turned out that the planet just went back to bordering on existence and non-existence. We can't linger on this, Endrick finally said, breaking the spell of bewilderment that had enveloped them. We need to get back to our spacecraft, refresh and replan. They agreed with him and turned around to leave once more. As they made their way back, the repelling force surrounding the center of the universe did not hinder them, since it was only there to keep things out and not in. As the spacecraft loomed in the distance, a palpable shift in the atmosphere halted their progress. The surroundings trembled, not with the seismic activities of a planet, but with the presence of a force that seemed to distort the very fabric of space around them. Emerging from the ether, a figure materialized, its presence commanding yet devoid of any discernible features save for the unmistakable crimson, tree-like hair that flowed and flickered like flames in a non-existent breeze. This being, faceless and imposing, exuded a power that felt ancient and unfathomable, its eyes non-existent, yet undeniably fixed upon them. Gustav, already burdened by the emotional weight of recent occurrences, felt a surge of irritation at this new challenge. His patience frayed, and his voice carried a dangerous edge as he addressed Epheve. We've been through enough. Leave us in peace, or I'll destroy you, he threatened, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The faceless being, undeterred by Gustav's words, responded not with speech but with action. With a deliberate charge, it unleashed an energy so potent it rippled across the vast expanse of outer space, distorting the light of distant stars and sending a wave of foreboding through their minds. Falco unexpectedly stepped forward with unfathomable speed. With a swift motion, he launched himself at the faceless adversary, his fist imbued with the power of darkness, so profound it caused the universe itself to swirl in response. The collision of forces was cataclysmic, a spectacle of power that reverberated through the cosmos. The impact sent the faceless being hurtling through space, its form streaking across the void like a comet gone awry. It ripped through the fabric of multiple stars, causing cracks in space as it streaked through galaxies while its form slowly broke apart, leaving a trail of cosmic destruction in its wake. The force of Falco's punch was so incredibly unbelievable, it seemed like a different person was standing before Gustav. The group stared at him in awe as they witnessed the aftermath. Falco, turning back to face Gustav, offered a nod of reassurance, his expression unreadable, yet conveying a sense of unwavering resolve. "Let's go," he suggested. "Yeah, you're going to need to explain what the hell that was," Rhea voiced in adoration. Falco nodded once more as they resumed their path to the spacecraft. As their spacecraft sliced through the velvet expanse of space, leaving behind the tumultuous events that had unfolded at the center of the universe, a quiet realization dawned upon Gustav and the others. The spacecraft's onboard calendar and time system, which had been synchronized with the standard galactic chronometer, revealed a startling discrepancy. The hours they had perceived to have spent navigating the chaotic other plane and confronting the mysteries of the center were, in reality, 3 weeks in the external universe. This revelation hung heavily in the air. It also bore grave implications. If someone from the Alliance sent a thief and he had been waiting for us there for that long, it means that the Alliance most likely knows where we are, Gustav voiced in realization. The realization that their adversaries had been granted such an advantage cast a shadow of caution over their journey. They understood that their movements henceforth would be scrutinized, fraught with the danger of confrontation with forces gathered specifically to thwart them. Falco furrowed his brows in confusion at the mention of the Alliance and the apparent bounty on Gustav's head. "Just what happened while I was away?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The time spent in the other plane, which amounted to a year over here, had wrought significant changes. Changes he was now struggling to comprehend. Gustav, sensing Falco's confusion and the need for clarity, decided it was time to shed light on the events that had transpired. About a year ago, after our return from Aesop, Gustav began with a steady voice. In the vast, uncharted expanse of space, where stars twinkled like distant beacons and planets spun silently in their celestial dance, a fleet of spacecraft cruised with purpose. Each vessel, visibly formidable, bore the marks of advanced technology and untold power. The flotilla moved as one, a synchronized ballet of metal and might, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Within these spacecraft, the corridors hummed with the activity of beings from countless worlds. Despite their varied origins and the diversity of their appearances, from the tall, willowy figures with skin like the night sky to the rugged, stone-like creatures whose eyes glowed with inner fire, all were united under a common banner. They were clad in uniform outfits of silver, gray, and blue, the colors merging and shifting with a subtlety that spoke of high craftsmanship. Emblazoned on their chests was an emblem of profound significance, a hand cradling universe, its spiral galaxies and nebulae nestled securely in the palm, a symbol of their oath to protect and serve the vast cosmos they called home. These were fleets from the Alliance Corps. Amidst the soft hum of the ship's engines and the quiet chatter of its crew, one of the commanders, a figure of imposing stature with skin that shimmered like the surface of a star, stepped forward. Her eyes, piercing and clear, reflected the depths of space itself. She approached the communication panel with a sense of urgency, her fingers dancing across the holographic interface to activate the general comms link, connecting her to every ship in the fleet. "Attention, all units. Chapter 1478, The Patent Do Not Unlock. We've successfully steered the evil doers away from our God. They were led astray by the illusion, just as planned. At the mention of this news, a wave of jubilation swept through the crew. Cheers and exclamations filled the air as they took pride in their accomplishment. They had managed to protect who they claimed was their deity, a figure of immense importance and reverence to them, from the prying eyes and potentially malevolent intentions of the Alliance fleet. The crew gathered around their leader, their faces alight with the glow of victory. Our God remained safe, thanks to your ingenuity, one of the crew members said, admiration evident in their tone. Yes, but let us not forget this was a collective effort, the leader responded, keen to share the credit with the entire team. Our unity and dedication to our cause have once again proven that we can overcome any threat that seeks to disturb our sanctity. All hail the Gustavo Alliance, one of the crew members yelled. All hail the Gustavo Alliance. Everyone else chanted in response before returning to their duty posts. The leader, still basking in the aftermath of their successful deception, was momentarily interrupted by the sharp chirp of an incoming transmission. The device on his wrist, a band of technology far advanced, flickered to life, casting a soft glow on his features. He tapped the device, accepting the transmission with a practiced motion, his expression shifting to one of anticipation. The holographic display projected in front of him buzzed into clarity, revealing the face of another crew member, stationed thousands of light years away on a distant mission. The visible background suggested they were aboard another vessel, one equally equipped for the tasks at hand. "Eso viene," the distant crew member began, his voice crackling slightly over the connection. "I bring news from the front lines." The leader leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Go on," he encouraged, sensing the importance of the message. "We've successfully taken control of Tevelin Planet in the name of Gustav," the crew member reported, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. "Their defenses were no match for our strategy and power. The planet and its resources are now at our disposal, ready to support our cause." Upon hearing this news, a wave of jubilation, similar to the earlier celebration, washed over the leader. His eyes sparkled with delight, and a broad smile stretched across his face. "Excellent work!" he exclaimed, his voice resonating with pride and satisfaction. "This is a significant victory for our cause. With this, our Lord Gustav will have it easier when completing his mission to free the universe of life." In the silent, star-strewn expanse of space, Gustav and the others journeyed onwards, their spacecraft cutting a solitary path through the stars. Unbeknownst of what had happened with one of the Alliance commanders, Gustav guided their vessel with the precision of one well-versed in the intricacies of space travel. Meanwhile, the Eldris and Rhea gathered around Falco, their curiosity piqued about his time in the other plane, a realm that remained shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Falco's gaze looked distant, as if he was peering through the veil of his memories. He began to unravel his tale. "I was unconscious for most of it," he admitted, his voice tinged with a hint of solemnity. "It felt like a lifetime, an endless drift in the void. I was in the process of transitioning since I was to accept my heritage and become a full-fledged being of darkness like my father. But Angie's case is a bit different." The mention of Angie, however, brought a visible shift in Gustav's demeanor. His concern for her well-being had always been palpable, a bond that went beyond mere companionship. "What of Angie?" Gustav interjected, unable to mask the disturbance that Falco's mention of her evoked. "What happened to her in that plane?" Falco sighed, a gesture of regret for the scant information he could offer. "Angie, she had been tampered with long before I regained consciousness. From what I gathered, half of her existence is still tied to our plane, which grants her the ability to move between dimensions. The other half, however, binds her to that plane, making her a being of its essence." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. My father, Falco continued, is the Lord of Darkness, the master of that plane, a figure of immense power who answers only to one other, whose name I cannot speak. The dark plane is incredibly vast and divided into about 1,000 parts. The realm you entered, where you found me, and Angie belongs to Amir. He was in charge of making sure my transition goes smoothly and also tampering with Angie's essence as well as her physique. Amir. I've heard that name before, Rhea voiced in contemplation. The Death Angels. He's their owner or something, Gustav answered from up ahead. Oh, yes. I remember now. They called them Amir Death Angels. Rhea recalled their incident on planet Osius and, of course, the beings of darkness that caused death to follow in their trail. So that was him Endrick and Ealdris met, Rhea added with a look of bewilderment. Yeah, he commands the most lethal fleet of the Dark Plane, the Death Angels, and believe me, they're way more powerful than what we saw in planet Osius. If I had taken even a little longer to get you three out of there, we would be trapped in forever. Amir only stopped momentarily because I told him to. A heavy silence followed Falco's revelation. The implications of their venture into that plane, into Amir's realm, began to dawn on them. Had it been the highest realm, Falco added, a sobering note to his tone, you guys would already be long dead. The realms vary in danger and in the beings that inhabit them. Amir's realm, while perilous, is but a fraction of what the highest realm holds, which is also where most of my father's counterparts dwell. The others absorbed Falco's account, the reality of their narrow escape, and the complexity of the plane they had ventured into becoming increasingly clear. The revelation that Angie's very essence was split between dimensions and the power dynamics of the other plane painted a picture of a universe far more intricate and perilous than they had imagined. Gustav, processing the information, felt a mix of frustration and determination. So, Angie is caught in the middle of all this. He mused aloud, his resolve hardening. We need to find a way to help her, to bring her back fully to our plane without the other half pulling her back there. Falco nodded, acknowledging the challenge that lay ahead. It won't be easy, he cautioned. My father's plane is governed by rules and powers that are ancient and deeply entrenched. Ealdris, whose sharp intuition missed little, caught on to the recurrent mention of a father by Falco, a term laden with an unexpected familiarity when referring to the formidable being that governed the other plane. Ealdris' curiosity pierced the veil of unspoken stories. Falco, you've been referring to this entity as your father. Have you truly accepted the Lord of that other plane as your father? Falco, caught off guard by his own unguarded references, hesitated. The question unearthed a slew of memories and emotions, drawing him back to a series of encounters that had irrevocably altered the course of his existence. It's not as straightforward as acceptance or denial, Falco began, his voice tinged with the complexity of his feelings. My father, he would visit me in human form. Despite the bindings that held me, he wanted me to feel comfortable, to see him not just as a lord of darkness, but as someone familiar, someone paternal. Rhea found himself puzzled by Falco's explanation. But how exactly is he your father? You have an earthly father, don't you? He asked, trying to piece together the seemingly conflicting pieces of Falco's lineage. The question hung in the air, a challenge to the very nature of identity and belonging. Falco's gaze drifted away, lost in the complexities of his dual heritage. Before he could respond, Gustav, driven by a blend of concern and intrigue, pressed for clarity. It's complicated, doesn't quite cut it, Falco. How is it possible to have two fathers, one, an ordinary man from Earth, and the other, an extraordinary being that governs the very essence of darkness? If anyone from Earth had heard Gustav call Falco's father an ordinary man, they would probably headbutt him since they knew just how stinking rich he was. However, to Gustav, that didn't even begin to measure up compared to the power of the entity that governed the dark plane. Falco sighed, realizing that the truth could no longer remain shrouded in the half-light of evasion. To understand the story of my existence, you must first let go of conventional notions of family and lineage. His words piqued their curiosity, causing everyone to lean forward in readiness. Chapter 14, 79 Woes of Imbalance. Attention, all units, she began, her voice resonating through the comms, commanding yet imbued with a sense of shared purpose. We are entering the sector where Gustav Crimson was last detected. I want an APB, Sken initiated immediately. He is a master of evasion, but he is not beyond our reach. Stay sharp and report any anomalies. Remember, he is not to be underestimated. Her orders dispatched, the commander stepped back from the console, her gaze fixed on the star-studded void ahead. The fleet responded to her command with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Across the ships, crew members sprang into action, their fingers flying over controls as scanners hummed to life, casting an invisible net wide into the depths of space in search of their elusive target. The search for Gustav Crimson, a name that had become a whisper of legend across star systems. Each ship, a beacon of their unwavering commitment, sailed through the darkness, united in their pursuit. Their scan net was connected and well boosted due to the vast resources of the Alliance, so even if a spacecraft was a light year away, they would be able to detect it. They soon detected a spacecraft that seemed similar to the structure of the one they were informed about. However, it seemed really distant. As the fleet, under the command of the determined and formidable commander, made its way through the star-dotted blackness of space towards the oddly shaped spacecraft detected 7 light years away, the air was thick with anticipation and readiness for battle. Adjust course. Set bearings to intercept the target, the commander instructed, her voice echoing authoritatively through the ship's intercoms. Her gaze was fixed on the main view screen, where the solitary blip representing the spacecraft began to grow larger as they approached. The spacecraft was also moving speedily, but it was no match for the Alliance core fleets. They could use hyperjump a number of times to boost their speed and wouldn't run out. As the fleet neared the location, every member aboard the vessel stood ready, activating their abilities and arming themselves with weaponry. The silence was almost tangible, a prelude to the storm they anticipated would soon break. Suddenly, the calm was shattered. "Commander, the radar is picking up anomalies," reported a sensor technician, confusion lacing his voice. "The target, it's multiplying." The commander frowned, stepping closer to the radar display. In moments, what had been a single entity on their screens began to duplicate, first into 2, then into 20, and soon after, into thousands of distinct signals. The fleet, poised for a singular confrontation, now faced a legion of spacecraft, a development that defied logic and experience. "What in the cosmos is happening?" murmured one of the officers, his voice a mixture of disbelief and concern. The commander, her mind racing through possibilities, maintained her composure. "All ships, prepare for evasive maneuvers. Defensive formations now," she commanded, her voice cutting through the confusion like a blade. "And someone give me an analysis of what we're dealing with." The fleet were only about 20 in number. Having to face thousands of spacecraft was no simple feat. It would be impossible to come out unscathed, if they came out at all. As the fleet scrambled to respond to the sudden multiplication of the target, theories abounded. Could be a cloaking device or some sort of holographic projection, suggested one of the tactical officers, trying to make sense of the phenomenon. Or a trap, added another, the word hanging ominously in the air. As they closed in, the thousands of signals began to move with an uncanny synchronization, swirling around the fleet in a mesmerizing dance that seemed almost alive. The beauty of the display, however, did little to mask the growing concern among the crew. What had started as a mission to track down a single spacecraft had escalated into a situation that none of them had anticipated or prepared for. The commander, watching the display, knew they had to act swiftly. Launch the unraveled drones. I want a closer look at those ships and analysis down to the last atom, she decided, her mind clear despite the unfolding chaos. As the drones darted forward, relaying real-time images back to the fleet, the true nature of the multiplying spacecraft began to reveal itself. The images showed not thousands of ships, but rather reflections, echoes of the original spacecraft refracted through what appeared to be a field of energy. It's some sort of reflective shield, a defense mechanism that creates duplicates of the ship across different points in space, explained the chief science officer, all mixed with a hint of respect in his voice. Ingenious. The realization that they were not facing an armada, but a single ship with an advanced cloaking mechanism, shifted the dynamics of the encounter. The commander, piecing together the information, formed a plan. Cease all offensive maneuvers. Let's not fall into the trap of fighting phantoms, she ordered, her mind racing ahead. The real spacecraft must be. She looked around while closing her eyes. There, she pointed, her voice steady and imbued with a commanding presence. Ignore the mirages. Focus on that quadrant. Our quarry is there, hiding in plain sight. Her fleet, a collection of the finest ships the Alliance had to offer, responded with immediate compliance. The deadly vessels dove into the direction indicated, cutting through space with the precision of a well-practiced squadron. They ignored the thousands of reflections, focusing instead on the emptiness between, where intuition suggested their true target lay. As they advanced, the sea of mirage spacecraft began to thin, revealing the vast nothingness of space. It was here, amidst the void, that they spotted a single spacecraft actively fleeing from their position. The chase was on. The fleet, reinvigorated by the sight of their prey attempting escape, surged forward with renewed vigor, their engines blazing trails of light in the darkness. Just as they were about to close in on the elusive spacecraft, just as victory seemed within their grasp, the target vanished. Not just the one they pursued, but every last one of the thousands of reflections that had surrounded them. Space, once filled with the light of countless ships, was now empty, a void that mocked their efforts with its silence. The commander and her fleet were stunned, disbelief written across the faces of every crew member who had witnessed the impossible escape. Before they could process the turn of events, before strategies and theories could be formulated, space itself seemed to betray them. A suction force, powerful and irresistible, pulled at the fleet, drawing them forward into an uncontrollable swirl. The ships, caught in the grip of this unseen Malik, began to spin, their formations breaking. No matter how much they tried to steer away, the fleet continued to stir. Amidst the chaos, a massive holographic projection appeared in space, a visage so familiar it sent a ripple of shock through the fleet. It looked like an image of Gustav, towering over them with a presence that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. His voice, amplified to match his colossal projection, filled the void. "You thought you could catch me," he began, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I was always one step ahead. This." He gestured to the space around them. The trap they had unwittingly sprung was my design. A simple trick, and yet you fell for it. His laughter, deep and resonating, echoed across the stars, a sound that would haunt the Alliance fleet for cycles to come. "The Alliance will never be able to catch me," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of his conviction. "You are playing a game you cannot win." With that, the massive holographic display vanished, leaving the fleet spinning in the aftermath of a suction force. The commander, her crew, and the entire squadron were left in a state of turmoil, both physically from the swirling trap they had yet to escape and mentally from the realization of their failure. As the ships gradually regained control, pulling out of the uncontrollable spin, the commander faced her crew, her expression one of resolve amidst the setback. "This isn't the end," she said, her voice a beacon of determination in the darkness. "It'll get you, Gustav Crimson." Far removed from the tumultuous scene of the fleet caught in a trap, in a secluded part of space that remained untouched by the chaos, stood a being before an advanced device. This device, an intricate array of pulsating lights and swirling energy cores, was responsible for projecting the colossal hologram of Gustav that had deceived the Alliance fleet. The being, while humanoid in appearance, was distinctly non-human, its skin shimmering with an ethereal glow that suggested a nature far beyond the ordinary. As the projection faded away, the being stepped back from the device, turning to face the crew that manned this hidden outpost. They, like their companion, were of various shapes and sizes, each bearing unique traits that marked them as members of different species, united under a common cause. "We've done it," the being announced, its voice carrying a mix of relief and triumph. Chapter 1480 Slay, it every being there oozed indescribable power that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks. At the top of the circular structured stacks, 9 out of 10 pulpits were occupied, leaving the last one empty. The beings at the top got to look down on the others that were spread across the ethereal-looking vicinity. "We don't want him killed. The bounty on him should remain the same as before. Wanted alive." General Chell addressed the Alliance from the top of the stack. A few murmurs could be heard from the surroundings, but they couldn't refute. It was Earth's decision, and they had all decided to honor it. They continued with the meeting after a few moments. "Ekurla, our Kunkok vows it." One of the beings at the very top of the circular stacks spoke in a language that no human would be able to understand. Fortunately, every being present within this structure had their translation devices equipped. So, despite the differences in languages between extraterrestrial species, they could hear one another. The universal fugitive was last spotted in the Zelios Tower. He was lost before the Alliance could get to him. The extraterrestrial being who was among the council of the Alliance leader voiced loudly, "We need as much information as we can get to understand his motives and movement to capture him. Our forces are spread too thin. You lots have to volunteer warriors from your planets to join the Alliance Corps." The extraterrestrial being who represented planet Draconet chimed loudly. A glowing light appeared above that read Osius. Everyone peered in the direction of the planet Osius representative who happened to be Vilex's father. It was quite the fall from grace for them because, usually, they'd be at the highest circular stack with the others. "Planet Osius?" One of the Alliance leaders voiced. The pulpit before Handler 3 emitted a white glow which gave him the go-ahead to speak. "The information on the universal fugitive is not up to date," he announced with a tone of certainty. "What do you mean, not up to date?" "General," Chell questioned with a look of concern. The other Alliance leaders were just as curious after hearing that. "The last time Gustav Crimson was not spotted. Handler 3 paused for a bit. "Gustav Crimson didn't leave the Zelios Tower alone. He left with a group that included my son." Mummers. Handler 3 went on to narrate the turn of events dating back from when the Oxus group went with Gustav in search of Seafling to when they found him and all they had to do to save their lost people. He didn't leave out the part about Gustav being the major key to victory and how they saved many other species with his help. A lot of the planetary representatives, especially the Alliance leaders, were getting restless as they listened to his narration. This was mostly because Gustav had just accomplished something that had taken them centuries of failures. Seafiling, who was practically impossible to locate, was found and dealt with by a child who was only a bit older than 20 years of age. Not only that, he had saved the lives of many others in the process, making the whole saga about him being a planet destroyer seem ridiculous. He was supposed to be evil, but Handler 3's exposition was putting a dent in his evil reputation, and it didn't help their objective to have him captured. "Seafiling is dead?" Another Alliance leader blurted out in disbelief. Yes, he is gone forever, and we have Gustav Crimson to thank for that. He saved the lives of billions. Not to mention recovering my people, Handler 3 answered. But he is responsible for the destruction of your planet in the first place. This must be his way of trying to make up for it. He is still guilty, another Alliance leader voiced. What if he isn't? Handler 3 didn't know when he blurted it out. 2 days later, Flyish, a pentagon-shaped spacecraft with the Tark's emblem, drifted across space with incredible speed. The twinkling, icy glows in the distance gave that part of space a surreal beauty. It was the only source of illumination around there as dark matter spread, as far as the eyes could see. A few space rocks were scattered about the place, but the spacecraft streaked forward undisturbed. The spacecraft cut a blazing white line through the space in front of it, obliterating the rocks in its path. Within the spacecraft, the passengers remained strapped to their seats as they vibrated constantly, emitting a blinking yellow light in the control room. Okay, so where exactly are we going now? Rhea realized he had never asked until that moment. Well, did we tell you about the time we visited Zelio's tower? Endrick questioned from the side. You too visited Zelio's tower? Eldris was in disbelief while Rhea was completely clueless. That's how we got information about how to get to the other side. Endrick answered while trying to sound spooky. I thought that place was just a legend. To think it truly exists, Eldris replied deep in thought. What is this Zelio's tower? Rhea questioned. It's a place that can get you the answers to any question, but usually the price is hefty. Most times impossible to pay, Endrick explained with a solemn tone. Isn't it just cash? Rhea voiced with a clueless look. No, Eldris and Endrick stated at the same time. Chill! Rhea moved his neck backward in startlement. Eldris turned to face Endrick once more. So they told you how to get Falco and Angie back? They told us where to head and what to do after we got there to gain access to bring them back. That is where we are headed now, Endrick answered once more. Does that mean we will finally get to pay back those monsters for ruining Aesop and destroying planet Ozius? Rhea questioned with anticipation. No, Endrick shook his head. Why? This is our chance for a payback, Rhea voiced with confusion etched on his face. You don't know, do you? Endrick turned his seat around to face them. Know what? The reason Gustav doesn't want any of you two there is that the other side is a lot different from our plane. This means that the strength of creatures from there wouldn't be dampened. They will be able to use their full power, Endrick explained in a grave tone. Rhea's eyes widened in realization. That wasn't their full power. Not even close, Endrick answered. Rhea recalled the death angels corroding everything in existence with just their presence, being unkillable and incredibly powerful. There was an explosion at the back of his mind when he realized that they would be way more powerful on that plane. Not to mention that our strengths would have been dampened. Endrick's revelation caused Rhea to gulp saliva. Thankfully, Big Brother knows how to counter that, he added. So we're not going there to fight. Not at all. We're only going to get our friends back. If we have any luck, we won't need to face any creature from there, Endrick pointed out. How are we going to do that? Rhea didn't see how it was possible to not encounter any being from there, because the access point will be taking us directly to the people we're searching for. It's possible we could encounter beings from that plane, but if we act quickly, it's also possible that we won't. Within the vicissitudes of space, a platform shaped like a syringe floated in place, giving off an imposing aura. From afar, it seemed very tiny, almost like it could be overlooked and missed. However, the moment one drew closer, the size underwent an unbelievable change, becoming incredibly massive and eye-catching. Lines of white light surrounded it on all corners as it radiated in such an indescribable manner. Spacecrafts flew into the perimeter and vanished as soon as they got bathed in the white lines of light it emitted. Within the heart of the structure was a sort of assembly point. The interior looked so masterfully erected that one would think they had entered a higher dimension. The surroundings were bathed in inklings of starlights, and the assembly point was structured in a circular format, with smooth surfaces forming a spiral. They were like stacks upon one another, and they got smaller the higher one went. In the middle of each circular stack, stations that looked like pulpits protruded from the bottom all the way to the top. Thousands of those pulpits also represented thousands of extraterrestrial species who stood before them to represent their various planets. Planet Fixic, Planet Diaperonian, Planet Draconet, Planet Osius, Planet Hixto, Planet Diav, Planet Tronvita, Planet Oxlurk, Planet Tribetez, Planet Gundabalt, Planet Zillion, Planet Claxosape, Planet Taurin, Planet Cyrus, Planet Osiris, Planet Orion, Planet Astambid, Planet VA, Planet Roidenstack, Planet V#B, Planet Kivendale, Planet T429, and so many other that participated in ISOP were all represented there by various extraterrestrial parties. Chapter 1481. This isn't what I wanted. Angie, fight this! Don't let this ugly bastard pull your strings like a damn puppet, he called out to her, hoping to reach the part of her that still remembered who she was, who they were to each other. Angie's gaze met his for a fleeting moment, a spark of recognition flickering in her eyes before being extinguished as if snuffed out by the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. Gustav's heart ached at the sight, a tumult of emotions raging within him as he struggled against the enveloping darkness that sought to claim him and the others. Not long after, Endrick, Ealdris, and Gustav started showing signs of a terrifying transformation. They then realized that the longer they stayed trapped in the sinister embrace of the dark matter, the more they were going to transform. As time went by, their figures started to darken, an ominous indication that their existence was slowly merging with the dimension. Despair clawed at Gustav as he witnessed the gradual fading of Endrick and Ealdris, their identities being swallowed by the relentless darkness. However, unlike them, Gustav's body resisted the darkening effect, and although his physical form remained unaltered, he found himself ensnared, unable to break free from the dark clutches that held him captive. Desperation set in as he reached deep within himself, attempting to awaken the slumbering force of cosmic superiority. The power, a rare and formidable force, lay dormant, stubbornly eluding his grasp when he needed it most. Endrick also tried calling upon Husarius, but their link seemed to have been disconnected upon his arrival in that plane. Time was a luxury they did not have, as Endrick and Ealdris teetered on the brink of complete integration with the dimension. Frustration mounted within Gustav as he realized the grim fate awaiting them if he failed to act. In a final, desperate plea, he yelled at the dark being, "Free them, or I swear I'll erase you from existence." His voice, laden with a mix of threats and despair, echoed through the dimension, a feeble challenge to the overwhelming power before them. The being, shrouded in darkness, responded with a laugh that chilled the air around them, his robes rippling as if amused by Gustav's futile defiance. "Like I told you earlier, you have no power here," he taunted, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to emanate from the darkness. Few hope, just as all hope seemed lost, a new figure emerged within the realm, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere with an aura of unbridled power. "What are you doing here?" Gustav yelled after spotting the newly arrived figure. Falco's arrival was marked by a surge of energy that rippled across the dimension. After making contact with Ealdris and Endrick, a miraculous transformation occurred. Their bodies, which had started to succumb to the darkness, reverted to their original color, the ominous integration halted by Falco's intervention. The dark being moved to intercept him, his robes billowing menacingly as he prepared to exert his control. However, Falco's voice, commanding and resolute, stopped him in his tracks. "Amir, as your next exer, I command you to stop." The authority in his words was undeniable, imbued with a power that even Amir could not ignore. The realm fell silent for a moment, the tension palpable as the balance of power shifted. Falco seized the opportunity, his actions swift and decisive. He grabbed Gustav, Ealdris, and Endrick, pulling them out of the dark matter's grasp with an ease that belied the gravity of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished with them, leaving the surroundings behind. Angie and the being named Amir remained. Why did I? Amir was astonished at how Falco had managed to leave him momentarily short of words. He realized that Falco was much more powerful than they had anticipated. My lord would have my head. Falco, Gustav, Endrick, and Ealdris emerged from the rift, reappearing on the desolate terrain beside the ancient monolith. Their arrival was not marked by the triumphant air of victors, but rather enveloped in a palpable cloud of regret and sorrow. The atmosphere was thick, heavy with the weight of what had transpired in the other plane and the haunting absence of one of their own. Rhea, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed towards them, his eyes scanning their faces for any sign of Angie. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet deafening in its silence. "Where's Angie?" he finally asked with a fragile whisper. Gustav simply shook his head, a silent gesture that conveyed the depth of their failure. He walked away from the group, finding solace in the solitude of his thoughts as he sat on the barren ground, his posture one of utter dejection. Ealdris, his expression somber, took it upon himself to recount their harrowing experience. He spoke of how they had come tantalizingly close to rescuing Angie, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming darkness and a being named Amir. He explained how their existence had almost been integrated into the dimension, their fate sealed if not for Falco's timely intervention. Caught in a maelstrom of emotions, Gustav's frustration and sorrow manifested in a burst of anger directed at Falco. "Why didn't you get Angie too?" he demanded, his voice laced with a mix of accusation and desperation. Falco, unfazed by the outburst, responded with a calmness that seemed out of place amidst the turmoil. "I wanted to more than anything," he said, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken pain. But we had to leave immediately. If my father had intervened, none of us would have made it back. Amir could only be incapacitated by my command for a moment, and I haven't fully embraced my transition. It was all I could do." His words hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the delicate balance of power and the sacrifices made in the face of insurmountable odds. As the group grappled with their emotions, the reality of their situation settling heavy on their shoulders, the monolith began to pulse, a prelude to the closing of the rifts. It was their cue, the final moments before the pathways between dimensions sealed permanently, a bitter reminder of their loss and the price of their journey. Suddenly, the air shifted, a tangible change that drew their attention back to the monolith. The rifts, supposed to be closing, began to ripple, pulsating with an energy that was both unfamiliar and intense. The fabric of space seemed to warp around the monolith, the boundaries between planes blurring as an unforeseen force exerted its will upon the natural order. "What's happening?" Rhea asked, his voice a mix of trepidation and awe. He stepped backwards. "I don't know, but it's not supposed to be like this," Endrick replied, his gaze fixed on the monolith, trying to decipher the cause of the anomaly. As they watched, the rifts expanded, the pulsating energy growing in intensity, threatening to engulf the monolith and everything around it. It was a spectacle that defied explanation, a phenomenon that hinted at forces beyond their understanding at play. The group stood in silence, their minds racing as they tried to comprehend the unfolding events. Something is trying to get through," Gustav voiced in realization. "But they can't, right? You said it yourself that they can't get out here." Ealdris voiced in bafflement. "Yes, they shouldn't be able to, but..." Gustav's tone grew troubled. The person on the other end is exerting a lot of power and preventing the rift from closing because they're trying to push their way through. It should be impossible to even stall it for a second, but this person must be very powerful. I'm talking power that could pretty much end galaxies with as little as a snort. Endrick voiced while gulping saliva. It has to be Father. Falco voiced in horror. As the rifts around the ancient monolith vibrated with an unnatural frequency, the air around them began to tremble, heralding the onset of a catastrophic event. From the depths of the shimmering rifts, a dark mist emerged, creeping across the barren landscape like a living entity with a malevolent will of its own. It was no ordinary fog, but a harbinger of decay, an ethereal force that seemed to leach the essence of life and time from everything it touched. The desolate planet, already a stark canvas of desiccation, began to tremble under the influence of the otherworldly phenomenon. Cracks spread across the planet like spider webs, each fissure pulsing with the same eerie energy emanating from the rifts. The ground beneath their feet heaved as if the planet itself was in its death throes, reacting to the invasive mist with violent convulsions. As the mist advanced, the surrounding rocks and remnants of once mighty structures began to change. They turned darker, their surfaces cracking and crumbling as if subjected to the relentless passage of millennia within moments. It was as though the mist carried the weight of untold ages within it, a force capable of condensing eons of decay and decline into mere seconds. Gustav, Falco, Endrick, Ealdris, and Rhea watched in horror as the landscape around them was consumed by the relentless advance of darkness and time. "We can't stay here," Gustav stated, his voice barely audible over the groaning of the planet. Chapter 1482, on a cycle, do not unlock, yet good luck. Endrick tapped S shoulder twice before following after Gustav. "These two little fuckers," sighed. Gustav's fingertips emitted bluish beams as he drew rectangular lines in midair. A spatial doorway appeared, and he stepped in alongside Endrick. They entered a space of Gustav's making where an oddly shaped device was centered. Gustav tapped on a couple of buttons attached to the device, and it shot out rays of light that displayed a particular part of outer space. Within the display, a mixture of gray and white matter that seemed alive engulfed orbital bodies in the distance. Right before their very eyes, Gustav and Endrick could see stars as large as the Milky Way sun, asteroids, and every other thing in sight get drawn into the gray and white matter. It cruised through space with its gigantic form and vanished not too long after. The device then went on to make a couple of analyses based on the properties of the gray and white matter. "I knew it," Gustav mumbled. "Knew what? What are we looking at here?" Endrick inquired with a tone of curiosity. "Do you see this signature right here?" Gustav pointed at one of the displays that had a / sign. "Yeah. That shows that whatever the warp demolator consumes doesn't necessarily get destroyed. Then what happens to them?" "It's a spatial sign that interprets that they get transported to an entirely different location from where they were in space." "What? That's insane." "I know, right? To be able to teleport orbital masses of that size. Incredible." At that point, Gustav began to put two and two together. "You're finally getting closer to the truth," the system voiced in his mind. "You have always shunned it whenever I mention the destruction of planet Humbad. Does this mean their planet just got swallowed up by the warp demolator and transferred elsewhere?" "You already arrived at the answer. Why still ask?" "Because a lot of details are still missing. The warp demolator appears randomly, even though I can read its appearance now. How did the Slarkovs know that their planet was in danger of being swallowed up before it appeared? They must have left before the appearance of the warp demolator, which means they lied about their planet getting destroyed. What is the aim and objective here?" "I don't get it," Gustav rambled internally while staring at the device before him. That's what the 5-year quest is for. Find Dimension 6 in Planet Humbad, and the answers will be waiting for you, the system voiced. That's where the problem lies. The warp demolator scanner has confirmed the spatial transportation, but where they were transported to. Gustav stared at the readings before him. What do all these mean? Endrick pointed at the bottom half of the readings. That is where the warp demolator scanner says they were transported to. Gustav responded. Reappearance determined. Stagnant Sidereus void number 792. What is a stagnant Sidereus void? Endrick questioned, looking clueless. Since there are orbital bodies, planets, stars, asteroids, moons, they can only be transported to some sort of galaxy. The only problem is this stagnant Sidereus void does not exist. Gustav had a conflicted expression after reaching the end of his statement. How is that possible? Surely they can't be transported to somewhere that doesn't exist. Endrick folded his arms while reeling forward in confusion. It could be a pocket dimension. Endrick added, a pocket dimension can't hold so many orbital bodies like that. The laws of gravitational balance and space would not allow it. They would attract to each other, causing a collision that would wipe everything out of existence, the orbital bodies and dimensions included, Gustav explained. What if the stagnant Sidereus is just a place that you don't know about? Maybe we just need to ask around, Endrick suggested. I read every marked territory across the universe during our training in the MBO. I took the memories of the space pirate who has experienced journeying across galaxies for decades. During our time out of Earth, I further broadened my knowledge and I gained enlightenment about unsourced locations when my cosmic superiority forced me into a meeting with the other cosmic superior beings. Knowledge beyond alphas that are older than 1,000 years old. Trust me when I say, I've never heard of stagnant Sidereus. Gustav iterated with such pompousness that Endrick fell speechless. Well, you are the outworldly after all, Endrick voiced with a casual shrug. So, what else have we not considered? He proceeded to inquire. */ this sign. Gustav pointed at a very odd sign close to the bottom area of the readings. I know what this one means. Premonition, Endrick stated. Yeah, but how is it related to all this? Gustav wondered out loud. Maybe the 5 premonitions. No, it is something else. Endrick swiftly corrected himself. Yeah, it is something else. Gustav shot a thoughtful gaze at the readings before coming to a decision. Let's be ready for when next the warp demolator appears. Gustav sauntered towards the right. Why? What are you planning? Endrick questioned, but soon his eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me. The MBO tower. I don't understand this request of yours, Officer EE, Commander Xanatus voiced with a look of confusion. The Death Angel that was captured, the research center is doing all they can to crack down on it and gather more information about the other side, right? EE threw out this question. Yes, indeed that is true, Commander Xanatus replied. I am saying I can help. Remember, I was one of the few who had a personal encounter with them, EE voiced with a convincing tone. Did you suddenly figure something out? Commander Xanatus raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Yes, once I see it again in person. E sat up and took note of Commander Xanatus' pondering expression. You know that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to head there, right? I do. It is a top-secret location, even amongst MBO officers. I know. A brief silence ensued between them as Commander Xanatus peered into E.'s eyes with suspicion. Tell me the true reason you want to head there, Commander Xanatus demanded. There is no. It's for him, isn't it? A smile suddenly appeared on Commander Xanatus' face. How did he? He couldn't have figured it out, right? He gulped down saliva while maintaining eye contact with Commander Xanatus in a bid to decrease suspicion. I don't know what you're. Before E could complete his sentence, Commander Xanatus cut him off. It's okay. I am an ally. I've always been. Did Gustav never tell you that we go way back? Commander Zenatus burst into a full-blown smile. East sat in place with a stunned look, unable to decide on what to say to deter the high-ranked officer before him. Commander Zenatus proceeded to pull out an image of him and Gustav receiving awards together and a few other holographic pictures of the meeting. Be careful, though, if you had gone to another officer. Things could have gone really bad, he voiced. Yeah. He rubbed his head while letting out a sigh of relief. You're not very good at coming up with lies. You should learn from Gustav, Commander Zenatus pointed out. I'm not sure I want to learn that. Lightly stroked his afro with a bashful look. You should. Gustav is a master in the art of deceit. Commander Zenatus was chuckling. That is true. Hold on. Does this mean that you have been deceiving everyone like you were on their side with the allegations against Gustav all this time? Inquired. Of course. I could never truly be on their side. I owe that kid my life. Commander Zenatus bore a reminiscent look. I am secretly working behind the scenes to clear his name, but I will not bore you with the details. We all have our parts to play in this. It'll help you get into the underground research center, Commander Zenatus added while reaching out to Shaky. Thank you. Received the handshake with immense gratitude. Within the fiery depths of an active volcano, where molten lava bubbled and roiled with relentless fury, a figure sat amid red, bubbling liquid. The air crackled with the searing heat of the molten rock, sending waves of intense heat radiating through the cavernous chamber. The figure exuded an aura of raw power, their presence commanding reverence that prevented the surroundings from having any effect on him. Molten lava flowed around him like a river of liquid fire. The figure got repeatedly bathed by the fiery liquid, and yet his skin radiated with smoothness. His eyes were closed, almost like he was meditating in the perilous environment. Dark smoke pervaded the vicinity, which didn't bother him in the slightest. After what seemed like ages, he suddenly opened his eyes. I told you, I don't want to be bothered until he returns. Chapter 1480, 3 DNA. Chapter 1480, 3D, N. A author's note, do not unlock yet rival. Rhea yelled once more and lunged forward in joy. Gustav raised his right hand to block Rhea's face with a wry smile. Calm your excitement. Eldris chuckled from behind as he stood to his feet. Don't be so harsh. He missed you, he stated. Everyone did, Eldris added with a reminiscent look. How did you guys know I was on Earth? Gustav questioned with a slightly suspicious tone. Why did you think would keep it from us? Eldris threw out the question, causing Gustav to shake his head slightly. It was supposed to be a quick pop in and out of Earth, and yet so many unexpected things happened. Gustav let out a small sigh. So that was you facing the clone. I suspected. Eldris smiled while extending a fist. What clone? Rhea scratched his head cluelessly. Yeah, it was me, Gustav replied while bumping Eldris' fist softly. That was just one out of the many things I faced since I arrived here. I still had to stop a mad scientist from getting rid of everyone's bloodline, fight Jack and mess with that MBO sign. Gustav couldn't believe just how crazy the last 2 weeks had gone. You fought Jack Sherwin. You were the one who messed with that MBO sign. Eldris and Rhea voiced simultaneously in disbelief. Not by choice, but yeah. Also, in a different timeline, Gustav took a seat and slumped back against the sofa. Who won? Rhea kicked his feet up excitedly while inquiring. Who do you think? Gustav voiced in response. Well, seeing as you are here now. Eldris couldn't even complete his sentence because he knew that would technically be saying Gustav was the most powerful on Earth. He knew it was possible in due time, but couldn't fathom Gustav already reaching that level at 21 years old. Rival, you won. Rhea's eyes widened in astonishment. No, It was barely a stalemate. I probably would be dead by now if he used full strength from the start, Gustav bluntly pointed out. Oh, both Eldris and Rhea voiced together. Anyways, at least I got to gauge his strength and understand what level I need to acquire before I can be on equal footing with him. Gustav strangely seemed glad about the encounter. The fact that you can even contend with him in the slightest is commendable. Eldris patted Gustav's shoulder twice. I only have a year more to not just be able to contend with him, but reach a higher level of power or I fail the quest, Gustav reminded himself internally. So how did you get away from him? Rhea questioned. I didn't. He had to leave to face that half-white and black unknown entity, Gustav responded. What half-white and black entity? Rhea was extremely dumbfounded. Were you living under a rock? You're a part of the MBO, you should know. Gustav felt that Rhea seemed too uninformed on some of the matters that he should be aware of. Technically, he was living under a volcano. Eldris chimed in from the side, causing Rhea to smile wryly. Gustav was further confused by the revelation. Did you quit the MBO? No, I took a leave, Rhea answered while rotating his right arm. He said he didn't want to be disturbed until you return. Eldris chuckled while revealing. Hey, he didn't have to know that. Rhea yelled bashfully. He didn't stop channeling his bloodline in the active volcano until I informed him of your return, Eldris added while Rhea pouted at the side. He is a lot more powerful now. I can sense it, Gustav voiced in observation. Rhea's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Gustav nodded. From what I can sense, your energy is higher than Eldris. Well, family issues haven't exactly made me active this last year. I also took a leave from the MBO, Eldris revealed. Tell me all about it. Gustav showed a concerned expression. Nah, it's nothing to be bothered about, Eldris waved it off. But I did hear of that being. It is suspected to come from the same place as the Death Angels. Eldris couldn't help but sense an ominous feeling while mentioning it. If I was skeptical about that before, I am 100% certain now. Gustav then mentioned how the black and white entity broke the Death Angel out the last time. But how can it easily travel between worlds? Didn't you mention that the Death Angels were only able to do that because of that premonition thing that happened on planet Ozius? Eldris asked, sounding conflicted. That's the mystery. If I hadn't reversed time, the Death Angel would be truly free by now. Gustav held his chin in bafflement. Wait, you can reverse time now. Rhea's jaw dropped. I can do a lot of things now, Gustav voiced like it wasn't a big deal, but even Eldris was amazed. Damn. Just how powerful are you now? Rhea questioned. Not powerful enough, Gustav replied. You weren't really planning on rescuing Falco and Angie all by yourself, right? Rhea asked while folding his arms. I didn't want to get you guys involved. It would be too dangerous, Gustav shook his head. That's why E informed us behind your back. You need all the help you can get if you intend to infiltrate that other dimension, Eldris pointed out. No, only I and Endrick will be heading there after we've gathered all the items we need. Gustav immediately refused. You can't stop us from coming with. Falco and Angie are our friends too. Do you know how long I've been waiting to do something about their rescue? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I won't sit back, Rhea voiced with a fired-up expression. They both stared at the look on Gustav's face, hoping for some type of reaction. After a brief silence, Gustav stood to his feet. No. Oh. Gustav Crimson is on Earth. I can feel it. Within an office situated in an MBO base, a high-ranking female officer roamed the place with a conflicted expression. She had a long green ponytail while the rest of her hair was sky blue. Her face had cat-like features with whiskers, but overall, her body was humanoid in structure. For how long have you been feeling this way, ma'am? An MBO major questioned from the other end. A little over 2 weeks now, she replied. Could you perhaps be referring to the clone? The 5-foot-tall major with a blue, slimy face questioned. No, I am very much aware of the clone. I am talking about the real deal. He is here. She kept prancing about the place with a look of conflict high on. I don't know, ma'am. The MBO major was clueless. Think, Gohan. Think. What anomaly has occurred during that time frame? She questioned, causing pressure to descend upon the surroundings. Except for the clone, I can't really think of anything else, ma'am. Gohan shook his head. I said think. She yelled with a horrifying tone, causing Gohan to tremble in place. I think there's... Gohan kept stuttering in uncertainty. Oh, just spit it out, she stated with a tone of annoyance. I just recall that there was a mention of Jack's encounter with the person who faced the clone. He said in another timeline the Earth was in trouble because of the appearance of that black and white entity. Time was rewound, but he remembered that it happened because of his strength. Gohan tooted on. He left the clone in the hands of the person who took it on and returned to the research facility. Ma'am, Reina, he said the person informed him. Gohan paused to see if she was starting to see the pattern. That person who faced the clone. Did we ever figure out his identity? General Reina questioned rhetorically. Gohan shook his head in response. But a person powerful enough to reverse time on a scale where even Jack would be affected must at least be an alpha ranked or maybe even higher. The number of mixed bloods on that level of power is around 200 in the entire populace of billions. We have records for them and know the names of each and every one of them. None of them has this ability. When Gohan got to this point, General Reina's eyes widened. Since this isn't a recorded alpha, it means that this person must have become an alpha after the last one was recorded, which was years ago. If they were on Earth when it happened or weren't in hiding, then it would be a part of the public records. But because they were in hiding, General Reina came to a pause as a sense of realization hit her. Get latest level CH on Envelbgen. C/M the person who faced the clone was the real Gustav in disguise, Gohan stated with a tone of certainty. Now we just need proof. General Reina stopped prancing at this moment. Where would someone like Gustav Crimson hide out? They're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.